Good evening and welcome to the City of Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. The city has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for deviation from teleconference rules required by Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to participate remotely. Residents can live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will be open just prior to the start of the meeting and will remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity for the public to comment on each item heard by the Commission. Written public comment can be submitted via email to planning@prcity.com. Those received prior to 12 noon on the day of the meeting to be posted to the city's website as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. Planning Commission meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And now I'd like to start with a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Marlowe.
Here.
Commissioner Connolly.
Here.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
Here.
Commissioner Kogler.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Christensen.
Here.
Chairperson Neal.
Here. Staff introductions, please.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk.
Marcy Reynoso and Ashley Peterson, Administrative Assistants.
Darren Nash, City Planner.
David Athney, here.
This is Annie Branham, Legal Counsel. I'm online.
Very good. And now we'll open it up to general public comments for items regarding matters not on tonight's agenda. Seeing none, are there any agenda items to be tabled or rescheduled? Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any callers? Thank you. Yes, thank you.
No, not for this one.
Okay. Any agenda items to be proposed to be tabled or rescheduled?
No, there's not.
Great. And now we enter our public hearing portion of the meeting. The first agenda item on tonight's agenda is a plan development 22-13, conditional use permit CUP 22-13, and oak tree removal permit 23-01. The address is 65 Nutwood Circle. Staff presentation, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Lori Wilson, Assistant Planner. I'll be taking us through our first item tonight, which, as you mentioned, is for a plan development, conditional use permit, and oak tree removal request for a self-storage facility on Nutwood Circle. Site's located at the south end of town. It is in the C2 PD zone, so it has that plan development overlay, and then this particular use also requires a conditional use permit. Planning Commission has recently seen projects to the north here for ABI and Sky River, and then soon we'll also be seeing a project to the east here for Peterbilt. So the request before the Commission tonight is to construct an approximately 155,000 square foot RV and self-storage facility, and also includes the request for removal of one oak tree. So due to that oak tree request, this project will be moving forward to City Council. So tonight, we're looking for a recommendation from the commission to city council. Here's the site plan for the project. It consists of 4 different buildings, a mixture of 1- and 2-story buildings. It's also a mixture of self-storage, wine storage, and then RV units. The RVs are proposed to be stored in building D here. Let's see. The applicants also requested some turning radius information that was requested by the DRC to kind of give an idea of how those RVs would navigate through the site. The drive aisles here and along here are 35 feet, and it gets down to 45 feet here as well. So landscape and fencing plan, just to kind of point out, there's a blue line here which represents a 6-foot tubular steel fence. Along the rest of the perimeter, you have the screening trees, a mixture of oaks, California Bay laurel, and Carolina laurel. Along the front, along Nutwood Circle here, there's a 15-foot landscape setback that's provided and a number of street trees. You'll also see on this plan the 6 parking spaces that are provided there along Nutwood. In the center of Building B, this is where the oak tree is located that's being requested to be removed. There's an additional 4 oak trees on the site that they're preserving, and a 5th one down here in the corner that's just off their site that could have potentially been impacted as well that they're preserving. So overview of the building materials. I'd like to point out the elevation that you see at the top of your screen. That building material there, it consists of stucco, stone veneer, and then wood paneling. Originally, when DRC saw this project, that material wrapped around the entire building, interior and exterior, it was that same elevation. The applicant is requesting a modification to that material tonight. This elevation here is right here along Nutwood. It's for building A, and it's the north elevation. That's proposed to remain the same, the stone with the stucco, just as DRC saw. Where you see the yellow outlined, building B and D, and a portion of C, they're proposing that precision CMU block. There's an outline here in green, which would be split face CMU. The west elevation here that wraps around down to the south for building A would be this elevation you see here at the bottom of your screen. So it's a mixture of both of those CMU blocks. So just wanted to point that difference out in building materials there. Pam Giardini with Planning Solutions is representing Mr. Ayers tonight. She has an additional presentation that's going to go into more depth on that oak tree removal as well as these building materials. So she has that prepared to go when the commission's ready to hear from her. That does conclude my presentation. So just to kind of go over the options before the commission tonight, this is a recommendation to City Council. And option 1 would be recommending approval of draft resolution A, which recommends approval of the proposed mitigated negative declaration and mitigated monitoring reporting plan, as well as draft resolution B, which would be recommending City Council approve the plan development, conditional use permit, and oak tree removal permit. Option 2, you can recommend approval of the project with modifications. 3, refer back to staff for additional analysis, or 4, deny the project by adopting findings of denial. So thank you very much. I'll go ahead and pass it back over to the commission for any questions.
Great, thank you, Lori. Run down the Commissioner Cover, some questions of Lori? We'll come back.
Yeah, I think I'll hold my questions until after the applicant.
All right. Commissioner, questions?
No, I'll wait for the applicant's presentation.
Commissioner Marlowe, questions?
I'll wait for the presentation.
Commissioner Conley? Commissioner Christensen?
Okay.
All right, very good. I guess we're all going to wait. So we can open up to the applicant to make their presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Ayers is going to say a few words first, and then.
Great, thank you. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Douglas Ayers, 1205 Willow Creek Road, Paso Robles, California. Good evening, Commissioners of Paso Robles. We are pleased to present our project tonight. I'm going to just say a few things, and Pam's going to take over from there. I just wanted to thank the Planning Department for their diligent work in getting us through to this point today. And I came up here a number of years ago and moved up here so I could build a little bed and breakfast down the street called the Allegretto. And happy to be up here, happy to support the community. And it's a pleasure to work in here in the town. And any questions that you might have, please address them to me or to Pam, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Pamela Giardini with Planning Solutions, and I'll be representing Mr. Ayers' project tonight. And as Lori went over, the project is located on Nutwood, and what's before you is the front of the building that faces Nutwood. And if you notice that it's got wood paneling, stacked field stone, a stucco finish, and then what's called, I think I'm going to say this correctly, a bristle soleil facade. And that kind of gives it a lot of texture and a nice appearance for the front of the building for the public to view. I also wanted, while we're on this slide, to highlight, as Lori did, the landscaping along this side and along this slide here. We have residences here that are to the west and residences here that are to the south. And we have the Peterbilt project will be going here. And again, Nutwood is up here. And this, as Lori pointed out, we do have trees here. We've incorporated the oak trees, and we have understory shrubs underneath this too, so you have a tiered landscaping effect. Basically, as Lori stated, the exterior of the building is remaining the same as DRC saw it, and there were no changes to anything that's facing the public road. What's changing is the interior, and on your left you can see what DRC approved, and on the right what was submitted for a revision to it. And basically it's just revising the interior and any walls that aren't for public viewing. So the walls against the landscaping on the west side and the south side. You have two types of stucco or two types of finishes, so it's not all one thing, but it is decorative and basically will mostly be covered up because of the slope and also because of the heavy vegetation along those lines. It doesn't like me all of a sudden. Yeah. So we all know that oak trees are very important to our community. We value them. We try to maintain them. We try to preserve them whenever we do development. And so on this site, we have 4 oak trees on site and 1 oak tree that could be impacted. So we wanted to stay outside of its critical root zone. And so that is this tree right here. We have an oak tree up here at Nutwood, an oak tree here, here, and here. And then again, this is the one, the actual tree trunk is on the adjacent property, but its critical root zone comes on to our property. So as you can see, we've created quite a bit of open space here near all these 4 oak trees. and incorporated them into the landscaping. When you're driving up Nutwood, you would be seeing a lot of this landscaping, and again, the side of this building, which has landscaping and has also maintained the original facade that was presented to DRC. And then the arborist in her report did go over the vitality of each of these trees and the size of them, and they're listed here for you. So in our site plan, it was designed to minimize the impacts to the faux oak trees on site, as I just discussed, and also to the critical root zone of the tree that's just adjacent to our site. And we did create an open space to the residents to the south that they had more of a buffer in one section. And here is a picture of two of the oak trees that will be remaining. You can see they're near the neighboring properties. And there's supposed to be another picture there. Well, this is another oak tree that's remaining. And trees to be removed. So we're actually maintaining 4 oak trees on site, 1 oak tree off-site, and 1 tree to be removed is what we're requesting. So the tree to be removed is located in the center of the site, and we did have an alternate plan that we considered for trying to save the tree, and I'll show that to you. It was also in your staff report. When trying to save the tree, the proposed grading, because of the slope of the land, created a 3.5-foot retaining wall up against the access driveway, and then on the easterly side, on the easterly side, and then underneath that retaining wall, you would have 1.5 to 2 feet of footing. So you've got, anywhere from 4.5 to 5 feet of trenching going on there next to the tree. And then along the westerly and southerly side, you have a 7-foot building wall and a 5-foot building wall. And again, both of those would have footings of 1.5 to 2 feet deep. So you're going to have a lot of trenching going near that existing oak tree. And what it ended up was an oak tree that was kind of in a box or an island. And so you're taking away the water that it's used to getting because it's in an open field right now, and the soil nutrients. And so if you were to plant a brand new small tree, they tend to survive and adapt to being in a box. But when you've got an established oak tree that's older, it's going to have a harder time, especially from the construction activities, the trenching around it, the compaction going on around it, the change in grade going on around it. And so the arborist can't guarantee that it would survive. And so the other big issue for us was that I have lots of oak trees on my property, so I know this, and I think we all know this, that oak trees tend to self-prune. They just drop limbs, and their limbs can be quite heavy, quite large. In this rain, we've seen lots of oak trees that have just toppled over, and with keeping it in the middle of the site near the buildings, we feel like it was a liability issue, not only to the buildings, but to employees and to customers too, who would be coming in and out of the storage facilities. I'm missing part of my slide again. Okay, the oak tree to be removed. Let's see if I can show it. So there we go. The building is here, and this was the alternate site plan. So here are the 4 trees that are remaining on site. This is the oak tree that's on the Peterbilt property, but its CRZ zone goes into our site. This is the building as proposed on the alternate site plan, and here is the tree to be removed. And you can see it's really boxed in. In this elevation here, you can see the elevation change, and you can see it reflected up here too in the building. Here's your 7-foot building wall, and then here's your grade. Here's your 3.5-foot retaining wall, and then again you would have 1.5 to 2 feet under these within, trenching and grading and building building materials within that area. And just in the arborist's report, she can't guarantee the viability of that, the stress from the construction on it, and also, that it seemed like it's not the appropriate place, that if we took the tree out, we could do mitigation measures and people could enjoy oak trees. So we're asking you to grant this request. DRC did support our request for the removal of the one tree. We did provide an alternate site plan was considered, that if the tree remained, we could incur unavoidable detrimental damage due to the construction, loss of permeable surface water and soil nutrients. For safety reasons, we thought that it was not good to keep it because there was potential harm of either limbs falling or the tree falling over, causing harm to personal property, employees, or customers. And in reality, the parcel is zoned for commercial development, and that the mini storage facility is going to be a facility we think will be of high use because you have adopted a fractional density type of density calculation. So you get smaller units and you're trying to increase the density within the city. So there's going to be high demand for this. And then additionally, the replacement trees would be located in an area for the public to enjoy. So we would be asking that we don't replant the replacement trees on site because it just doesn't seem like the appropriate place to plant them for the community to enjoy. And so we can do an in lieu fee to the city, and then they would plant them in the parks or in spaces where people could enjoy. And basically, this also just kind of prohibits the reasonable use of the land. The reasonable use of this land is for a commercial project, a project that the city can benefit by, a project that city residents can benefit by. And although we all hate to take out an oak tree, it seemed like the only reasonable conclusion after doing analysis and looking at all the factors. And that concludes my presentation, and if anybody has any questions, I'm glad here to answer them, and so is Doug, and also the civil engineer.
Great, thank you very much. Now I'll start over again with Commissioner Covarrubias. Any questions of the applicant or staff?
Yes, thank you. So Lori, I think I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. Let's talk about parking. So required is 52 spots. They're proposing 6. In the presentation that we read, it was alluded that for storage units, it's not uncommon to grant this exception, and we've done it in the past. Can you tell me who have we done this for recently that you recall? I just want to make sure we're being consistent here. Is there somebody that comes to mind that we've done, or Darren, if you know?
There was one on Ardmore that we recently did that I looked at that was reduced parking, and there was one other one that wasn't very old. I'm drawing a blank on the name of it. Do you recall, Darren?
The one on Ardmore, I don't think it's been built yet. So that was one that had some reduced parking, but it hasn't been built yet. The most recent mini storage I think we have is behind Idler's. Ken Tucker built a facility there, requested a reduction. I think it's pretty common for mini storage facilities to not see parking lots involved with them. They really are low use. And for the people who are using it, it's generally the people of the units themselves, and they tend to drive up, park in front, unroll it, do what they need to do, and leave. And the aisle widths have been built to accommodate that. So generally, this is what we would see in a mini storage. I don't know of one we've had a parking issue with, and it really is something that we should modify in our parking ordinance to bring it into the realm of mini storage so we're not continually asking for reductions in parking.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Darren, because that was going to be one of the comments I was going to make. It seems like we're doing this frequently every time it comes up. I know we have those over on Union and Golden Hill area. They don't seem to have large parking, but I will say this project is also incorporating a small retail component. Is that accurate? Am I missing something? Did I read something? I thought I read something about sale. sale
No,
of
there's
merchandise?
No retail component to it. There's just the office space for, people to come in to rent the units, but.
Okay, I'm going to find that because I thought I could have,
Did-
yeah, building supplies?
I think you may have saw that in the original narrative. I do recall some, but that is not part of the proposed project. Is that correct? Pam?
It is. Because it's in the staff report.
Okay, well, I apologize for that error, and we can correct that. when we
Okay,
go
so to
forward, but it
clarify,
is
so there's
to-
no retail component, building supplies component sales of any sort?
Correct.
Just a management office,
Yes,
right?
yes.
How many staff personnel are we talking about?
I'll go ahead and let you answer that if you like, or Doug.
There'll be one staff person during regular hours, but people will have access to the site, basically from 7 or 8 in the morning until 9 or 10 at night electronically too, should a staff person not be on site.
Okay, so access to the site electronically is 24 hours?
No, just from 7 or 8 until
Okay,
10.
so it is limited to the hours. Okay,
Yes.
okay. All right, let me move on to turn radius, RVs. Looking at the plans, so it looks like they're going to limit the length of RVs, capacity of the RV. It looks like the largest unit or the largest slip is 14 by 50. I think I saw one of those in there, a couple of those. And I can see where that's a little bit wider of an area. My concern is between the two buildings. I do see that they're limiting the size to 14 by 30 in some spots, 14 by 40 in others. So I guess my question is, and I just ironically have been on the market for a fifth wheel for a long time, have narrowed it down to a 38-footer, along with a nice dually Ford F-350 I've been looking at. If I go to try to pull into there, especially between the two units, I think I'm a pretty good driver. My wife will say she's a good driver as well. Are we going to be able to back a 38-foot fifth wheel with a dually F-350, pulling that thing in between those two buildings?
This sounds like a good question for their civil engineer that's here tonight.
Oh, here we go.
I'll let him get into the technicals of that. Zach? Okay, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Hi, my name is Zach Rosabowski with North Coast Engineering. So to be honest, I haven't looked at that specifically, so it'd be something that we would have to look at.
So the challenge I have is we're being asked to approve the design, and specifically part of the design is the RV component, which I think is a big need. But if we're going to limit, I guess my concern is if you're telling me that you only have one of these side spaces available and my 38-foot fifth wheel is going to fit in there, but I'm challenged to get it in and out, especially when there's other fifth wheels also already, or other RVs, A classes, whatever they are. How do we make that determination if it's safe to do so or not?
I am assuming, I'm not a civil engineer, obviously, but if we did a turning radius of 14 by 50 foot truck, that then what would happen is they would ask you the length of your RV, the length of your car, and that if you came in under 50 feet total, you would be able to make that turning radius as shown for the 14 by 50 foot vehicle and would be allowed to park there. If you were over that, then we could not rent you that space. And the same with a 14 by 30 is that they would have to measure the vehicle and the car. Or does Doug have more information? Maybe between the three of us we'll get a conclusive answer here.
Mr. Commissioner, if you look on the easternmost portion where it's vacant, we have extended that drive area so that it would accommodate longer vehicles or fifth wheels, as you were speaking about on that side. It might be challenging on the 35-foot aisleway to do what you're saying, but we don't expect to have all the units as a fifth wheel. So that's why we extended that one side.
Okay, so if I'm a 44-foot A-class or a 46-foot A-class,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be limited to the side.
You could be on the east side of that.
East side?
Yeah.
No. For you.
Okay. You,
So I'm going to be on the east side of
exactly,
building
yeah.
D.
right.
So I'll be limited, because that, the width there is how wide is that, Lori?
45. And then 35 and 35.
Yeah, I think the 35-foot width is what's scaring me a little
Yeah,
bit.
you're correct on that
Right.
inner aisleway. That it would be of a concern, yes. That's why we allowed the greater length or greater width on the other side.
Okay, so the other question, looking at that diagram, if I'm coming in with whatever RV I have and I miss my spot and have to go between the two buildings, once I get to, so what is either the north side or the west side, I guess it doesn't matter. Well, it looks like one might have a little bit more room than the other. That turn radius there is easily done around the building. If I'm pulling, again, I'll just use my own example. I'm pulling a 38-foot fifth wheel with a 350 Ford. Am I going to be able to make that turn there if I accidentally go down in between building B and building D?
I cannot guarantee that. We did a turning radius for the length that we did on the study, and we gave that to the planning department. That would be too hard for me to guarantee that that's going to work.
Yeah, only because mistakes happen. People go down I went down the wrong aisle, right?
Yeah. We would be making sure that upon opening that we have the length of the vehicle and the recreational vehicle, the third wheel as well, so that they know in advance whether they'll be able to maneuver. We're also considering, I don't know if you've seen the plans where we would lose square footage in that building, but we could put the doors at an angle. And so that we haven't done that because we haven't started construction drawings. So
okay.
That's another consideration of what we can do. So it allows easier access.
Okay, so when I look at building D, which looks to be the area that is going to be mainly RV.
That is all RV, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, on each side.
So separating each individual slot, are there any barriers in between each slot? There are barriers.
Yeah, it's individual units.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay, which concerns me a little bit too, only because again, you're trying to maneuver that in a small area. I don't know. I just can see the barriers being hit on occasion, maybe more than we want to admit, but just something to consider.
The walls in that building we could have the option to have them in or out on certain areas, considering what you're talking about and the fact that some people might just want a wider space for whatever they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question, but I did take that into consideration because I know it was you that brought it up at the DRC. Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Oh, there's my other
All right.
RV fifth wheel companion.
Right. I think he anticipated your concern, and so we addressed that the best we could, and hopefully I answered that to your liking.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to ponder that a little bit.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about one last thing, and I'll let my other commissioners. Nutwood Circle. I don't know if somebody from staff wants to help me with this. So is there a road maintenance agreement for you guys with regards to Nutwood? What's the plan there? I know it comes up every time we have a development on that road.
Yeah. So our neighbor across the street was given that, was able to get his building permit and put off the road maintenance agreement between us and the Nutwood Association.
You're talking about Andy?
Andy, yes. And we're planning, in our conditions, we have to provide that agreement prior to the grading permit. And that's what we'll be doing. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's
Yeah.
part of the condition to provide that road maintenance agreement?
Uh-huh. Yeah, and
Oh.
I think it's all doable. There was a little snag with the homeowners for some reason, but we don't see a lot of resistance in the end to get it done.
To get it done?
Yeah.
Okay. I think, and I congratulate you on that effort, and I hope it's very successful. It's come to us a few times.
Yeah.
So I guess to my next, more comment, Andy tried to do the same and was a little bit unsuccessful, as we know. So if I'm understanding is the permit will not be issued unless that agreement has been executed. Is that correct?
That's how the conditions are, yeah, prior to grading.
Prior to grading?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll let my other commissioners ask some questions.
All right.
Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kogler.
Just one question at this point. Lori, I assume the building plans show an optional wine storage. I assume that's a plug and play. It wouldn't change the exterior. So if they choose to go the wine route, they can do that. If they choose dry goods storage, they could do that as well.
I would assume so as well.
Yeah,
Did you want
that's
to-
accurate. Yeah, where the wine storage was only going to be in that one first building that's on the Nutwood Lane.
Okay.
So,
And the
yeah.
coolers and things don't have any take up air or exhaust or anything that impacts the facade of the building, I assume.
No,
It looks the same.
We have to screen anything. If there's any air handling units, we have to screen that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the only question I have, Mr. Chairman. I do have some things if and when we get to a resolution on this.
And I'd like to also say, I can't say for sure it's going to be called Nutwood Storage. We have Air's self-storage in Southern California, and I just didn't put it on here yet. We'll see what it's going to be, but I can't. If I could have flexibility, I don't know if that Nutwood is the most attractive, but anyway, just as an anecdote.
Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, and just for the record, I don't think Robert or Ty are the only ones driving these big vehicles around. So I think the circulation is worth looking into, and maybe we'll be talking about that some more. I guess my question, whether it's staff or Mr. Ayers, if you'd like to answer it, what's really interesting about your project is it's a diversity of storage. I mean, I'm used to seeing just furniture stored, but it's wine storage, RV storage, and the traditional storage, whatever you want to call that. I guess what I want to know a little bit more about is the wine storage. Is that for individual consumers, boutique wineries? I'm just trying to envision when we have trucks and deliveries, which is another circulation. Could you talk to me about the wine part of it?
It's for individual consumers to have their own storage boxes there. Whether we do barrel storage is yet to be seen, but that could be another alternative to that, or case storage.
And would you envision like a boutique winery with trucks coming in? What size vehicles? It would become a circulation question is what I'm getting
Yes, understood. We would be able to, if it's, yeah, I guess, if there's any issue with that, a truck can pull in, we'd have a forklift and be able to offload, and then they could go right out. So they don't really have to circulate through
Sorry,
the
could you
project.
point it out where the wine storage would be again?
It's on what you see on the screen is as the top, where it says
Okay.
2-story, 1-story, building
Gotcha.
A.
And I appreciate you answering that. A couple things I'll probably get to later, but there's another question that I'd like to ask, and this is to Lori. It says in your staff report that the developer may go to a third party to manage the operations of this, or maybe Mr. Ayers can answer that. What assurance, when that happens, we know that the landscaping is going to be maintained, that off-street parking will be managed? What assurance do we as commissioners know that that will happen?
Well, all of those conditions would stay with the project. So no matter who owned it, there's conditions tied to it that specifically that the landscape be maintained and well kept. So those would continue on with the project.
My last question, it's kind of back to parking. I believe we had, Darren, help me out. I believe on Dry Creek Road, we had an RV parking, and I think I don't know how many units, but I know we debated parking. Was that enough parking? And my recollection, it was a 6 or 7, but I think it was a lot smaller than this development. I guess I'm coming back to Robert's question, and parking 6 just doesn't seem like enough when you have circulation issues and people coming to help people move. I'm struggling with the number 6.
The project on Dry Creek Road was specific to RV storage, and there was a reduced parking.
I know there was a
approved with
reduced
that.
one,
I
but
don't have all the numbers off the top of my head, what it was reduced from, but there was a reduction there.
I know there was a reduction, but I was thinking how much of a reduction. So I will let the commissioners ask some questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Marley.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Have you guys, I'd spoken with the neighbors immediately adjacent to the property on the south and west? That you have?
Yeah, I've spoken to both the homeowners in Nutwood and then the mobile homes on the south.
Okay,
Met with
great.
their association director, and I showed her the plans, and I expressed if you had any concerns, please let us know. And I've had numerous meetings with the Nutwood folks.
Great, great.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, they aren't Nutwood. I mean, if you understand.
good. And then with those parking spaces, you got an employee with an electric car. Is there a plan for EV infrastructure within those parking spaces?
Did you ask if we're going to put in an electronic charger for?
Yeah.
Good question. It's becoming more and more commonplace. This won't be a charging station, but we could have a team member that might have an electric car and might be practical to have a, EV charging. So we probably will, but just because that's what things are going towards.
Sure. And then speaking about renewables, any plan for, I mean, obviously there's not a lot of lights and energy usage, but is there a plan for any sort of solar going into this future plan? There is.
Yes, there's plan. Yeah, because since we'll have sufficient roof square footage, that is the plan.
Great. Like, would you cover everything or just a?
I hope so. That would be to zero it out. Yeah, that would be ideal.
Cool.
Whether we'll do a battery system so for night, I don't know. I don't think so. The main draw of current is the conditioned storage in Building B, and then depending on how much of the wine storage we do.
Great. And then you had mentioned that it's not in design yet, so there's some flexibility there. Do you have an anticipated time that you're going to get through your, design development, construction drawings, and when would you like to break ground on this project?
Well, as soon as we can. We're going to begin the construction docs as soon as we go through council, and as soon as that's approved. And if there's anything I would modify, it's going to be on Building D, and it doesn't really change the footprint. It just changes a little on the angles in which someone would drive in.
Yeah, and to touch on that, I've had a 33-foot Class A, and I, again, consider myself a pretty good driver. And, you go a little too far down the west and miss the turn there, and you're backing up. And to be honest, people who own RVs aren't always the best drivers. So I would really, like they said, take into very close consideration how you manage that, because, you got a 45-foot extended space here, but you got 50-foot units. If someone rolls in with the 47, you can make that turn, but to get it, it's better to get it straight, especially if you're pulling something. So I just wanted to touch on that as well. I've been privy to that, and it would be a good idea to look into that. And besides that, the only thing else I heard you say is you said originally one office employee, but then you mentioned a forklift potentially. Are you planning on having like a warehouse kind of maintenance guy there to drive the forklift, to do that? Or are you going to have multiple employees then?
There would be one office person, and then the maintenance person would not be full-time. If someone, they'd have to schedule for use of the forklift.
Yeah, and then to speak to that, you got 2 people on site, 2 spots taken up. Now you got 4 spots, 1 being ADA. You really got 3 spots. Seems to me that may want to consider one or two, especially when you open, you got a lot of people coming in trying to rent places. So that's really my last question, last concern.
We're going to be having on the part where people would come to rent, a lot of this is done electronically now. And we'll have a state-of-the-art system where people can get in and out and also make a lease agreement without even having to come over to the property.
Great.
So
actually, to touch on that, and that's more for the staff, with the other mini storages that had reduced parking, do we happen to have a number? You know, this is saying 52, so 1 per 3,000. You say there's been reduced ones. Do we know the percentage of reduced or what that would look like? Is this in alignment with similar projects with the same amount of reduction, or as similar as we can compare it to?
Yeah, I don't know offhand what it compares to. I do know that various mini storage facilities don't have a lot of parking spaces. This seems pretty typical of what I would see in other facilities, because there is the ability to pull in, park against units, park against the office. There's space inside, but you have a good question. I don't know how it compares to the others. So I think it's the good question, just asking, the employees, that kind of thing.
Sure. And again, I understand. I've been to mini storages. I've had mini storages. You pull in, it's pretty typical. You pull in front of someone's thing, you move if they come in. But that being said, it would be good to know what the numbers were before. So when we're, approving these, we understand the alignment of other projects with the same amount of similar reduction. So we're following a pattern. That's my last statement or comment.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Conley.
I'm on? Okay. Yes, I've got questions that were sort of answered. Concerned about hours of operation. There are neighbors nearby. It's noted. I want to note, too, that that's right at the city limits. So you have the county. Hopefully there is some notice to the county residents that this is coming in.
They were all notified in the network community, yes.
So the concern would be to them if I was living next door. What are your hours of operation? Will it disturb my normal sleep patterns or what have you?
Yeah, in the office, it would be 9 to 5. And then for the operation, for people to come in electronically would probably cut off at, we'll say 9 o'clock.
Okay.
9 to 10 would be reasonable. Yeah.
Okay, my next question is regarding mitigation of the oak tree. There was a statement regarding number 216 being removed, that in lieu of planting on site, there would be some type of fee to the city for in-kind planting in lieu of on-site for off-site planting. Is that correct for the city?
Right, that's correct. So there is a mitigation measure tied to the project that would require them. There's a calculation that's used, and it equals 12 inches in diameter. So a number of oak trees would have to be replanted.
So would they be? So would those trees be in trees like valley oaks that would be planted to?
Typically they are. We do leave it up to the arborist, though, if for some reason they, there's trouble getting that kind, or they feel another kind would be well suited for a site, they'll let us know.
Okay. And then I guess I'm probably the only civil engineer on this, but I am a civil engineer. And I looked up the turning radius for an RV that has fifth wheel. It's generally 40 feet minimum with a 19-foot inside radius. So you could make the turns, and someone looked like they put an effort to put truck turning templates in here, which is what I did when I was working at Caltrans. I used truck turning templates to see if you can make the turn. With regard to the 40-foot radius, they could make the east side, but if they tried to negotiate anything to the west of Building D, they'd be in a lot of trouble. So I would suggest that at a minimum, there be a sign restricting vehicles with a certain length to only go straight in and maneuver back out the same way they came. Otherwise, they're not going to make, with a 40-foot turning radius requirement, they can make it on the east side, but they can't, if they get lost, they can't make the turning radius in the interior buildings.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we would provide signage so that the buildings don't get hit. And it's, our intention was not to make it 100% for fifth wheel. Yeah, that would be, wasn't our intent. And in regards to the mitigation of the oak tree, for the value of this, over at the Allegretto Vineyard Resort, we planted 53 oak trees when we developed the property. Not that just.
It looks like someone made the effort to put in some type of truck turning template. I see dashes here, but you really need to consider, and that whoever did that, that was a good job, but they didn't do anything. And I kind of debate whether this one turning radius into between building B and D is accurate for a fifth wheel as described by Commissioner Covarrubias, that they could really make that if they need a 40-foot radius. And so I think there needs to be more study or a sign that prohibits RVs of a length greater than whatever, 35, 40, whatever the east side restriction is. That goes up to what, 45 feet?
It was 45 on the east side. That's
Yeah.
correct. Yeah. We would have signs that.
That if they're towing a trailer that's longer than X number, that they prohibit that right turn, they go straight in.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you. All good questions. I was on DRC, so I'm a little familiar with it. A question on the sign monument. Can you go back to that photo real quick, and then we'll come back to this one?
On the sign monument?
Yeah, there was a front. It looked like there's a sign on the building. I just was curious what, right there. Yeah. So is that a sign monument? I mean, it looks nice, but or is that on the building itself? Is that what they're kind of looking to do?
It's on the building, so that wood paneling is part of the facade, and it would be on the facade. We didn't have all of the details for the signage with this package, so there was just a condition on here that particular signage would go back before the DRC as well.
Right, I saw that. But I was just curious out of placement because I saw that and I wasn't sure if that's where they were thinking of eventually putting it or not. But anyway, that was just a question whether or not that was on the building or not. And on the landscape plan, I know that that's going to come back for review as well for details. One of the things I was hoping for was an elevation shot from the east side. And I imagine that the applicant, obviously, as he stated, has been in communication with those residents there. So I would was wondering, on this view, it doesn't look like it's layered, but I'm kind of taking the question to you. Is that going to be a layered type of landscape? I know it was mentioned, but it doesn't show it as such.
Do you mean on the west side here along the?
Did I say the east side? I meant the west side.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it will be tiered. So, and they've placed them relatively close together to try to create a denser screen.
And that will be layered,
yes,
I'm sure.
I forgot to mention as well, I believe it's one of the questions of the DRC, just kind of what was happening or proposed on the Peterbilt site. The latest preliminary plan shows a proposed retention basin here, and then parking and additional landscape as well on that elevation, or on that property line on the east side.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, question. The road maintenance question was answered. That's all my questions for right now. I'll wait till comments.
Great. I do not have any questions at this time, so I will open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? Please come up, state your name and address. Thank you.
My name is Dan Pitts, and I live at 123 via San Miguel, Paso Robles. I actually live in the community to the south of the development, and I met with Mr. Ayers a couple months ago. He was nice enough to catch up with me there at our clubhouse, and it was a good meeting, and I appreciate that he reached out and did that. I'm representing the community. There may be a few on the phone. I don't know if anybody's called in, but we are a senior community. So I polled the residents, particularly the ones that live directly where the back ends of their property is right along the property line there. There's 9 or 10 residents that live along there. And it's a community, as I said, senior community, so there's people that some of them are disabled, cannot get out and about very easily. So they're going to be in their homes during this construction. And I don't know how long the construction will take, but I estimate, at least maybe 6, 9, maybe even 12 months. And our experience with the ABI development over on the other side of Nutwood, so far, we can hear that noise as well. So we're wondering, okay, this development's going to be 25 feet away from some of these residents, and some of them, as I said, are disabled. Can't get out. If there's a lot of noise, they're going to be stuck listening to it. So not sure what can be done about it. I mean, it is what it is. And honestly, none of the residents in the community have expressed to me that they dislike having anything there. I mean, they're fine with it being built. Just not sure what can be done about the construction noise to help mitigate that. The other concern has to do, and I think it was mentioned a little while ago, about the lighting. And I know in the report that I read, the mitigation reports, it talks about the lighting will be such that it'll be dim at night so that it won't be too glaring. I just would ask that that really be paid attention to, because obviously, as I said, these people are only 25, 30 feet away from this development. So it could be a real hindrance at night. And that combined with a little bit of noise, depending on, who's there on, and what they're unloading or loading. And another concern that was brought up was the homeless population starting to kind of encamp behind the building in some way. I'm not sure what will be done with regard to security in that regard. Right now, we don't have an issue with the homeless population because it's wide open field. But now as you put a building there, is it possible that they'll start encamping in that easement between our community's mobile home, or our community's property, and the development property being developed? So the last concern, although probably a smaller one, is someone at the community brought up one of the oak trees next to her home has a hawk's nest in it. And she's very concerned about it because she likes to watch that sort of thing. So I don't know if the tree being taken down or removed has a hawk's nest in it, but I'd ask you to consider that. So that's it. I think probably the biggest concern is the noise during construction. And again, I'm not sure what can be done about it, but would appreciate whatever is possible be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anybody on, Marcy? Do we have anybody on the phone for this item this evening?
We do have Marcelo. I believe he is with the applicant as far as the sign, so we can check to see if he has any comments to make. Give me just a moment. Marcelo, did you have any comments?
I just want to clarify some of the questions from the commissioner, if you allow me.
Any other callers?
No other callers.
With that, would you like to say something again?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Name and...
Oh, I'm sorry. Pamela Giardini with Planning Solutions, and I'm representing Mr. Ayers' project. And I know that you're making a recommendation to City Council. And so between now and City Council, we could review those turning radiuses to look at them a little bit more in detail. I did notice the comment in the original project description that was included in your packet, and it did state retail, and that is not the project that's before you today. Then to address the parking, I think that staff has tried to point out that, the other mini storages have asked for a reduction in parking, and usually what happens, and this has been designed into our facility, is that you have the cars come into the site and actually park in front of their storage facilities. So how much of extra parking space is needed on site, even if you're having somebody help you, they tend to go all the way to your storage area with you. For the seniors, the lighting is going to be down shielded and will stay on the site. That's a typical municipal code by the city. And then there is a fencing plan for around the site. It's interesting what I've had when you put in landscaping, then the city of Atascadero makes me take it out and put in rocks because the homeless don't like to sleep on rocks. So we would try to make it pretty and put fencing around it and keep the homeless out. If that doesn't work, then we can put in some things to make it uncomfortable for them to sleep there, should it become a problem. But I think with the fencing and the neighborhoods there and with Peterbilt being built up, that you shouldn't have that problem. And also you have to have, an access code to get into the site. And then the city's noise ordinance actually controls when construction could take place. I believe it's from 7 a.m. until, is it 9 or 10 at night? Something like that. But 7 to 7. So that's when we would be restricted to construction. And I know that Andy's project is going through and going and grading right now. And so they are getting noise from that. Other than that, I was just hoping that you would approve the project, and if you have any concerns for the city council to look at or for us to look at between now and city council for further review, then to make sure that they're ironed out before it's going to city council. And thank you.
Lori, I think there was an additional question regarding the Hawk's Nest and what may be needed for that.
Yes, there was a bio report on this, and there's mitigation measures actually specifically that address nesting bird surveys to be done. So at, I believe 2 different times of the year and prior to any sort of grading. So we will certainly be on the lookout for that.
And just to add to that, I don't know that it specifically addressed the hawk nest. That's a standard for any tree removals and things during different times of the year.
And I think I probably should have closed public comment. But we checked, and there wasn't. So, great. And then I'll bring that back to the commission for further discussion. Commissioner Marlowe, any further questions?
Yeah, I was just looking through some of these and going to the hours to address the public comments. It does say during daylight hours. It doesn't give specific hours. I do know, being a contractor, you get hot and contractors get tempted to pour concrete early. With the neighborhoods, I would just make the recommendation to that there's a very strict with the contractor to make sure, hey, people live real close by, with that. But overall, I'm in favor. I think this is where we need mini storage. I think RV storage is really in high demand, especially, like I said, owning one. I think that there's some things that need to be worked out regarding turning radiuses and things of that nature during your design. So I would recommend paying close attention to that. And beyond that, being really cautious with the people living close by, especially the senior citizens, and just being really, engaging with them and making sure that, you're doing the best to, construction's loud. I understand, people understand, but, doing the best you can to accommodate the nearby residents. Besides that, I think it's a good project, and I think it would be beneficial to the city.
If you wouldn't mind, I'll address just the construction noise real quickly. The municipal code is very specific on construction timing. So it is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So it can occur on Sundays or federal holidays.
Is there a reason that in the Bio 1, all construction work activities shall be completed during daylight hours between sunrise and sunset and outside rain events? So wouldn't it behoove us to put the specific language of the time in there?
It is specific in the conditions of site-specific conditions of approval and standard ones. So.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Conley.
Yes, regarding hours of operation, I did find on page 13 of 1,114, there is office hours, and they say at this time they'll be from Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sundays with gate access from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. So that 9 to 5 is really, I guess, 6 to 10, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. according to page 13.
I think what they're saying is the 9 to 6 is the office hours. So when a staff member would be in the office manning it, and then there would be an electronic way for people to get access to the gate after hours.
I bring it up not as really a concern, but just as a clarification of what I see on the application.
Thank you.
And then I agree that there needs to be another look at the turning radiuses. If a vehicle towing a trailer, we're talking about a truck and trailer, were to make a right turn there, they may not be able to get out based on what I'm seeing, needing a 40-foot radius, and you only have 35 at those locations between building B and D, and also to the west of building B. So the turning radiuses probably need to be looked at, or at least assure the city council that they can make those turning radiuses, or signing as appropriate if that's something that the city council may entertain. That's all I have.
Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you. In regards to the retail, this is just from experience. I hope that doesn't prevent them from being able to sell, like, bags of plastic, mattress covers and boxes and some tape, things like that. Because I got to be honest with you, I go to the U-Haul location. They don't really have a retail setup, but I go there because you can get those packages there, and they're really difficult to get anywhere else a lot of times because they're moving specific. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I understand no retail, but as a business there to their clients, I would hope that they'd be able to do that.
It seems like that would fall under the office use category, that maybe they have some of those small supplies, but they certainly don't have a separate square footage dedicated to a larger retail.
Exactly. In fact, the one at the U-Haul is on a stand, and you just, so it's nice. So I just wanted to mention that on the retail. I was on DRC, so I appreciated the applicant making a greater effort for the turning radius, because I brought it up. I mean, it's your choice. You can have all small RVs in there or try to accommodate everybody's size, and I do appreciate that. I understand what you're saying. You can't accommodate every size on every location there. I had one question, Darren. Roughly, what is the width of a general alley space in West Side Paso? Roughly, what, 20 feet? 20, okay. So I'm guilty as charged of encouraging Commissioner Covarrubias with the fifth wheel, because I have one myself. All full length, I'm about 56 feet. I can tell you from experience, backing it into my backyard, I can do that with alley with an additional 5-6 feet. So it's tight. I wouldn't recommend it for a lot of people because it gets a little tricky. But I do appreciate that you actually made the effort of making some space for rigs like ours. I just want to get on the list before he does, so that, But, and I do see a concern with my other commissioners, just a note, because if you're coming up through the middle and you have to get out with that trailer, Okay, it's not the first turn that's going to be the problem. It's going to be the S turn back. So that pulling a fifth wheel, that would be the difficulty. You probably could get away with it with a tow behind trailer, which I've had those as well too. You can probably even manage it with a 38, 40 foot Class A, which I've had some pretty large Class A. So I would just say that's the problem that I could see in the future for you guys. Not to say that that would prevent you entirely from doing what you want to do there. You could direct some way to maybe get them around. I don't know, but that would be a good test, and I would take a look at that more than anything else on that. Otherwise, I like the plan. I think that I like the idea of robust landscaping, especially on the west side. I think that's going to be nice, and on the south side. So I think for that community, as much layered landscaping as possible will really serve a nice purpose. So I think that's it for me right now.
Great. Commissioner Davis, any further questions?
No further questions. I kind of agree with what I'm hearing. I'm in favor of the project, but I'd like to see the turning radius addressed a little bit more before it went to City Council. I personally would like to see some more parking spaces. I think we're making a pretty huge discount on parking. I would hate to see a whole lot of people parking out on Nutwood. And, I would like to see some more on-site parking is my personal, a few more, my personal opinion.
Commissioner Kobler, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too think it's a well-designed project. It fits, I think, very well here, and I think it'll actually be a good neighbor once the construction is done to the adjacent uses because it's relatively quiet and relatively low intensity. Just a couple of things relative, Lori, to the resolution. Commissioner Conley identified what's in the letter from the architect for hours. Are those hours also in the resolution?
They are not. So currently, they don't have restricted hours as a site-specific condition. So if the commission wanted to add that, they could.
It seems in similar uses customarily we have included those kind of hours, particularly when it's closer to residential, such as this is. So we might take that under consideration when we get to a motion stage. The other thing I had relative to conditions on page 25 at the top, number 16, just a minor wordage change. It says applicant shall develop or sign, and I think it should be and sign. I think the intent is clear there, but it does create a conflict right at the beginning. And I would just request that that one word change occur for clarity. Otherwise, I support the project.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
Thank you, sir. As far as storage units go, it's a nice looking unit. You guys did a great job. Really, you did. I think it's a beautiful looking unit. A couple questions, either for Pam or if staff can answer. The storage facility for, I guess, building D, if somebody pulls a rig of any type in there, is there power? Can somebody hook up inside there?
If you'd like to answer, Doug. I don't know the details on that.
We will be providing electrical outlets in various places throughout the facility, just because if there's any maintenance or something to be done, that would be something we would want.
Right. So
whether it will be inside the unit, that could be done upon request for any particular tenant.
And the only reason I asked this, because it happened down in Southern California, a unit down there did something similar here, provided power, and then they had problems with people actually camping in their RVs overnight.
So it wasn't just for keeping the engine trickle charged.
They plugged in and there they slept. So I'm just curious.
Yeah. Good point. We will have to see.
Okay.
I know we're going to have it on the exterior just because that's practical. But on the interior, we were just going to provide it upon request if someone wants to have a trickle charge.
Okay. All right.
But we wouldn't want people living there.
Right. Right.
In any way, shape, or form.
Right.
So
I agree.
Yeah.
So I guess since you're there, one last question.
Yes.
The lighting,
Mm-hmm.
is it going to be motion sensor type lighting? So at certain times it shuts off and then let's say it's 9 p.m. somebody comes through there. Is it going to be motion censored lighting? I'm just thinking of the residents.
At our current facilities, they're motion censored because they don't need to be on all night.
Right.
So
it's motion censored.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
and then
the most conservative thing. Otherwise, then they're blazing all the time, and that's really not necessary.
right. Okay, and then I apologize, I do have one more. The access to building B, where is that? So if I have a unit inside building B, where do I come in?
Okay, you got.
Are there multiple access points? One
I can't
There's
see
one,
that now.
are you asking?
on building B, which is across from.
Okay, yes. The access
Yeah,
is
yeah.
on the, each corner on the northeast side and the southeast side. Otherwise, that ramp where the blue light is, if you go to the west, that's a ramp that goes up, and all the units on that side will have doors. The rest of that building B is all interior loaded.
Right, and the only reason I ask is because I know, having storage units in the past, as far as a tenant, you drive to your unit. You park as close as you can to your unit, and you go in. If I get that most of the units in B are internal, so my question is, would people be parking for any reason between building B and building D to gain access to their unit?
Well, they would be at one end or the other.
So, but are they going to be on the south side or north side versus the east and
They could be on the
west?
south or north side. They wouldn't be in the aisleway in between, because we really wouldn't, there'd be no access there, because those units on the first floor are roll-up doors. So the access to the second story is from one end or the other.
Okay. I think you know where I'm going with this, because if somebody parks in between that building and an RV comes rolling down that aisleway and there's another car already taking up space.
Yeah, that would be an issue.
That's going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hopefully I answered that.
I appreciate your time.
Okay, sure thing.
Lori, I got one question. Just for my own clarity, you're asking us to approve what today? Because there's a lot of things with the design that seems to be being questioned, still some more work to be done. So I want to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking us to do tonight as far as the approval goes.
So the approval would be a recommendation to City Council to approve the project as designed, essentially, with these site-specific
As it's designed?
conditions. As designed, the applicant has requested the modification in building materials, though, so if the commission wished, they could add that into their resolution, their approval, if they were in favor of that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
And the oak tree removal.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I get the oak tree part of it. I just wanted to hear staff say that as designed part. So it is as designed.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Kogler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One follow-up question too, Lori. It came to mind that the project that we approved out by the airport for RV storage, which was purely RV storage, if I remember, had a provision there about maintenance and working on vehicles within the storage areas. Do we have that here, or do we need that here? I think we pretty much excluded any significant maintenance of vehicles, particularly the RVs, in that facility, and I'm wondering if that applies here as well.
That could be a site-specific condition that we could add. It's certainly not their intention to have any sort of maintenance going on, but that could be a site-specific condition, just saying no maintenance of any kind allowed on the site.
Great. I do have a question. This is probably pretty standard in a different area, but I think this is the first time we've seen a mini storage with buildings as large as 97,000 square feet with an interior storage. So that does cause me some pause for parking, because we typically see a double loaded corridor of building, aisleway, building, aisleway, building. That's what we typically see as a mini storage. I like this. I think it's a great use of the property, but I am a little bit concerned that we are accessing up above in 3 locations and below in 3 locations what looks like several hundred storage cubicles or spaces. So I, as Commissioner Davis has requested, would like to see additional parking if we can make that work on the site. As well as on engineering condition number 16, the council, it seems, has felt that that was not required for ABI across the street. So I'm having a hard time requiring it of this applicant. I would request that potentially that be removed as part of a motion. With that, I will entertain a motion. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, just one point of clarification. The applicant is requesting a change of material. There is, on the DRC elevations, a shorter wainscot type stone. Looking at the lower elevation here, and it's hard to see with the pointer, Lori. So this is the elevation against, there's a row of landscaping and then rear yards of homes. This lower portion where it jogs down, originally at the DRC showed a stone on that elevation, then wrapping around on the south elevation, and then some internal as well. They're requesting that that stone be changed to a split face block because it's basically hidden by surrounding development. The elevation along Nutwood Circle, along the street, maintains the rock, as well as the other building for all of those areas that are shown. So I just want to make sure that the DRC or the Planning Commission kind of discusses that element, because they are requesting that change from the original plan. Because I know that Mr. Covarrubias asked that question. I don't believe it was answered as what he is indicating. The plans and the documents, the plans that you have in your packet are the plans that were shown at DRC. So with the motion, if the Planning Commission wanted to include that with the recommendation, the applicant is requesting some change to split face from the rock on those areas that aren't visible from the public street.
That's on the west and south?
And we have, it's here, right?
You were
Press the
just
wrong
on
button.
it.
So it is, so it's along the west, along the south.
An interior.
There was some on the interior, and then there's something here on this elevation too, right?
Yes.
I believe this whole wall is a split face type wall. I don't think there's a break in materials on this wall proposed. And that's where Lori was showing you that is a detention basin and parking for the Peterbilt project is what it's proposed at this point.
Great, thank you. Still looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Great, thank you.
I move that we approve draft resolution A, recommending the city council adopt the proposed mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and approving draft resolution B, recommending the city council approve plan development 22-13, conditional use permit 22-13, and oak tree removal permit 23-01, taking into consideration change of material on the bottom portion of the elevation for the west and south sides as requested by the applicant.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner
Would-
Covarrubias?
Just clarity, I thought there was another condition or two we were adding. Was it hours of operation or something, I thought? Did we miss? I just want to make sure we didn't miss something in the motion. Was there anything else we needed to add, or did we nail it with just that?
I think we did mention, Chairperson Neal mentioned removing the one requirement, but we didn't really discuss that at length. So I'm happy to add that to my motion, but I believe we might want to discuss it. And that would be removing the condition about the road maintenance agreements prior to being allowed to get a grading permit. Is that correct?
That was my suggestion. Yeah. Commissioner Marlowe, do you accept the amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Great. Any further, Commissioner Conley?
I have a comment. We discussed at length about the turning radiuses. I would like to, between now and when it goes to the city council, have them look at the turning radiuses and assure that a truck and trailer can negotiate the inside turns, or that there be appropriate signing. I don't know how to amend the recommendation, but there was some discussion about turning radiuses.
I would like to see the turning radius included in the motion if that's possible. I also like to see some additional parking. So I'm just getting that word in there.
I'm comfortable with, personally, I'm comfortable with the applicant's effort and an understanding that they very well may be limited to the actual type of client they're going to get just by the size of unit they're going to have go in there. If I'm going to rent a space, and this would just be my experience, I'm going to examine that space before I would go there. So depending on the type of unit, I know for me, I probably, if I couldn't get one of the spaces with the 45 space there just to give myself the buffer, I don't know that I would want that space. But I think that's going to be a personal decision for a lot of people that have their units. As for the parking, I'm comfortable with the parking. I've noticed, I've used Golden Hill mini storage, the U-Haul mini storage, Paso Robles mini storage. Most of the time there, I have found when I'm there, it's not terribly busy if there's another person there. But even on Golden Hill storage, they actually have ADUs or residential units that have permanent parking on site. And I don't know that they have more than 10 parking spots total. So from my experience, I would say that I'm okay with the motion the way it is.
Great. Any further discussion? Commissioner Kogler.
Mr. Chair, a question, I don't want to roll this back to questions, but I think I have to. The realization perhaps hit me later than it should. The one building is 97,000 square feet. That's a small big box store footprint. And if you look at the number of units that are there, and the type is too challenging for my eyes to understand how many there are a lot. And I think the potential for multiple people arriving on this site is quite a bit different than it is on like 46 East storage that I used for years for a vehicle, because that's a much less intense situation. And I'm curious, and I would ask the applicant, do you have the ability either along the south side of the site or the east side of the site? I know you've got retention in there in some areas, to add parking should it be needed, because I'm really becoming more and more concerned, as some of the other commissioners expressed, that this is going to be anywhere near enough parking.
Would you like to answer?
Yes, if it was necessary to add more parking, there is available parking in the green spaces in between the oak trees, and that would be only to our benefit to do that. I don't know that it needs to be a requirement at this time, but there is that space there, provided that that needs to be done at some point.
Any further?
Yeah, just one more quick question. Looking at the large building B, you have 3 entrances, looks like on the west side. And obviously you could end up, if you were, people are going to park by those entrance doors, multiple people to be as close to the entrances as possible. I guess my question is, you got a unit on the far east side and the entrance is on the west side, and you're unloading, a 10 by 10 worth of stuff. What kind of items are you going to provide to the tenants or the people renting to be able to get their materials or their storage? That's a long way to travel trying to lug stuff. And I just again, I probably should have brought it up earlier, but I noticed that looking here, you only have 3 entrances. So people are, if there's multiple people there, they're going to be close there. And then, if you're in the very back, very corner, you got a lot of stuff to get a long way. So what kind of concessions are you going to make for, just as a question and a clarification, so that the tenants are going to be able to easily get their stuff into the units.
These are things that are very important to consider and are designed, and we'll take careful consideration as we go into architectural drawings, because it would behoove our clients if it wasn't convenient.
Yeah, which I understand. And look, at the end of the day, you got to move and you got to hire some friends to lug it in there. That's what you got to do. But, you know, I still like the project. That just was looking at how far you got to go. So
yeah,
that's all I got.
Appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Christensen.
Yeah, Commissioner Davis, is there a specific, I mean, I know we commented about the parking. Did you guys have something specific in mind? The applicant seems to be maybe welcome to a few more spots.
Yeah, I think if we can find some spots down there in the open space area, I'd like to see it dedicated. I'm just concerned about no place to park and a long ways to access your unit, and parking in the middle of an aisle and creating congestion and some frustration. I know it's in the applicant's best interest, but I would feel more comfortable with a couple of spaces allocated. That's just where I'm coming from.
Is there a number?
3.
There you go. How about we amend it so that we add an additional 3 parking spaces to my motion?
Commissioner Marlowe?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Seeing no, Commissioner Covarrubias?
No, sorry, just a comment or clarity. Part of the motion is also to waive the road maintenance agreement in hand prior to the grading permit. Did I have that correct? Okay. And
So is that part of the motion?
Yes, that was added as part of the motion.
Okay, that was an addition to the motion, was it?
Oh, no, I apologize. No, I apologize. We were discussing that. I was willing to add it to the motion, but I thought maybe we would want to discuss it.
Well, that's what I'm.
Yeah, so go, you were right, and I was so focused on the parking, so I apologize, but go right ahead if you want to discuss it.
Well, again, I think I might be in favor of that. We know that something needs to be done with that road maintenance issue. And I get what our chairperson is saying about, we did this for AVI, for Andy. But if I remember, it was a pretty deep discussion, and I think we were on the fence on it. How many more projects do we have on that road? Two?
We have Peterbilt coming in the future as well, but they're the ones who that owner currently owns that private road, Wood Circle. So this is a standard requirement that the city puts on projects to have road maintenance agreements. It is a private road, but it's a public use, coming through there. So it's still something that staff supports, which is why it was put back on.
And I appreciate the applicant's candor in saying that they're doing everything they can to come up with something, and that is their goal. So I guess they're willing to do it. We're willing to maybe remove it because we did it for Andy, and I guess I'm struggling with that a little bit because we really need to remove it. If they're willing to make it work, yeah, I'm struggling a little bit.
Yeah, my main comment was that if we've decided, this commission and the council has decided that that's not a requirement of a particular property owner on Nutward Circle, I personally, though I was on the other side of the fence with the ABI, I personally have a hard time requiring it of other applicants. So that's just where I'm sitting. And so, Commissioner Cowood.
Yeah, I understand that position. I don't think we keep kicking the can down the road, however. We had an applicant before us tonight that said they're very close, they can do it. I would not support that being part of the resolution of approval, the removal of it.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
And for clarity, with that road maintenance agreement, would that also include the Peterbilt? Even though their project hasn't come before us yet, would that, because their owner?
Yes, we would put the same condition on the Peterbilt project.
Okay. Right.
I would just say let's not add it at this time. We'll stick with the motion that was made with the other attachments, if that's okay with everyone else. And if Commissioner Marlowe will second that.
Second that, yep.
So just to clarify the motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Or maybe you were going to ask that question. So we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Christensen, seconded by Commissioner Eric. Marlowe, Commissioner Marlowe. Thank you. Approving the mitigated negative declaration, the development plan, the use permit, oak tree removal, the switch out of the materials as requested by the applicant, and the addition of 3 parking spaces on the south side of the project. And this is a recommendation to the city council.
As I understand. My motion maker's nodding yes. So, all right, any further discussion? Call the question.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Marlowe.
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
Aye.
And Chairman Neal.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
And item 2 on the agenda is Plan Development PD 22-08 and oak tree removal OTR 22-16, 1520, and the address is 1525, 1040, 1049 Creston Road, applicant Red Tail Land Development, for a request for 135-unit multifamily residential development and to make recommendations to the city council for removal of 1 oak tree. Staff?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Darcy Delgado, Associate Planner. So as mentioned, this is a apartment complex project with 135 units. There is also an oak tree removal as part of the request. And the action that the Planning Commission is taking tonight is to make a recommendation to City
Forgive
Council.
me, just if I may interrupt, I did have ex parte communication via email with the applicant's representative requesting a meeting or a presentation via Zoom. I declined. So I just needed to get that on the record. Thank you.
I also received an email and I declined.
And I did the same.
I also did the same.
I actually met with them and heard their proposal. So I saw the project, so I didn't meet with them.
I have not seen the project.
Great, thank you. Forgive me for interrupting.
No worries. All right, so the project is located at the intersection of Creston Road and Rolling Hills Road. It's on an approximately 6-acre site. So here you have on the map, I included the zoning for you and kind of some surrounding context of the adjacent parcels. I wanted to include these just to kind of point out that the general plan land use designation is residential multifamily high density, allowing 20 units to the acre. And this was put in place back in 2003 as part of the general plan update that included the land use element among the rest of the elements of the general plan. And then the zoning is R420, and that also occurred once the general plan update was put in motion. The zoning was updated to be consistent with the land use, and so that happened in 2005. So the site, the zoning and the land use designation allows the 20 units to the acre. Generally, because of the proximity of this site to nearby services, such as the shopping center to the east, and then there are several nearby schools and public transportation stops, the site is an ideal location for high-density development. All right, so just to kind of go through the project description, I have on as the graphic, this is actually the landscape site plan. Thought it would be a great visual. So as mentioned, this is a 135 unit multifamily complex, and there are 7 apartment buildings. So the breakdown is there will be 62 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartments, 52 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments, and then 21 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments. There are a total of 267 parking spaces, which are broken down by single-car garages, carports, and then they also have motorcycle parking stalls as well as bicycle racks to meet the minimum requirements. The project also includes a fitness clubhouse building, which is interior to the site, as well as a swimming pool. They have shared recreational open space, a tot lot, seating areas, barbecue area, so a lot of amenities. There's also actually a dog park located. I'll point it out on the screen up here, my shaky hand. Overall, they have met their required amenities based on all the open space that they have. All right, so one of the programs that came out of the housing element update, which happened in 2020, is our fractional density program. So we updated the municipal code to reflect that in the multifamily zones, as well as some zones in the uptown center, that applicants can apply for a fractional density. And so in this case, the applicant has created 62 units that count as 0.66 of a density unit. And so they do have one bedroom dwelling units that are, between the 601 and 1,000 square feet range. So if you see the table at the bottom, it kind of gives a fractional density calculation of how many total units there are. Also showing that this is within or under the 20 units per acre when you count in the fractional density. All right, so I wanted to include several renderings for the Planning Commission to really have a good visual of what the project looks like. These are all included in your staff report packet. So this is a rendering of the site with a bird's eye view looking northwest at the corner of Creston and Rolling Hills Road. As you can see, these are 3-story buildings. They are 38 feet 6 inches tall, and the zoning code allows 40 feet, so they are within what is allowed. In terms of the architectural style, the project has a Spanish style, which was based on some influence throughout the city. And so and as many of you may know, the applicant, we colloquially use the word red tail. So they're the ones involved in the project that's under construction over at on Creston Road next to the Food for Less Shopping Center. All right, so here is another rendering. This is a bird's eye view looking at the backside of the project. In terms of setbacks from neighboring properties, the setbacks range from anywhere between 40 feet to over 80 feet, which is more than what's required. So it's a 20-foot minimum setback requirement to adjacent single-family zone properties. So on that map that I showed that had the zoning, there are several properties surrounding this that are zoned R1. So in this case, the applicant had gone above the required minimum and provided ample setbacks. Additionally, there are a lot of parking areas and open space with screening trees that line the perimeter of the site. And so you can kind of get a sense that there are some trees, and I guess those would be more or less on the maybe the downside of the properties, the residential properties above. But you can see there's carports, and the way that the applicant oriented the buildings, which we can go back to a map, that the site planning was really intended to limit the direct line of sight from the main bedrooms and living rooms, and keep those away from the neighboring adjacent properties, and to have the shorter ends of the building be the sides that face those adjacent properties. All right, so here's one last rendering, and this is just to show you the interior of the site, showing the clubhouse fitness building and then the swimming pool. Again, something I'll point out, we did take this project to DRC, and at that meeting, there was some, we discussed architecture. I will say that when the applicant did resubmit or after the DRC meeting, that they did include more architectural details on the buildings themselves. And the applicant is prepared to provide a presentation tonight to kind of dive into those details quite a bit more. All right, so here is just a glimpse at the site amenities. So here you can see that there's the pool area. They have also a tot lot in central to the site. Not shown in the graphic, the applicant was required to provide either a shared laundry room or individual laundry hookups for each unit, and then also enclosed storage of at least 250 cubic feet. So the project was designed with individual laundry hookups, and then they have assignable enclosed storage areas for each unit, which ranges in size from about 260 cubic feet to about 500 cubic feet. So again, they are meeting those requirements for the multifamily for the project of this size. All right, the landscape plan that I had shown you earlier, it was more of a conceptual landscape plan. This is the plant selection, kind of the design inspiration, and then the plant palette that the applicant would like to move forward with. With a building permit process, they would be required to provide a very detailed landscape plan. Again, that they might dive into this a little bit more with their presentation, but I wanted to show this to the Planning Commission. In terms of the variety, we're seeing that the way the shrubs and the trees are proposed, that they're going to have different widths and heights, which helps break up the elevations of the building. All right, so as mentioned, there's an oak tree removal proposed as part of this project. So this oak tree is located on Rolling Hills, and it's a 44-inch valley oak tree. We actually had 2 arborists take a look at this tree to try and save the tree. So there's a total of 3 oak trees on the site. The other trees are being retained and preserved. We have mitigation measures to protect them during construction. But this tree, we really tried to avoid having to request a removal and to move this project onto City Council for the reason that it could be a great contribution to the site. The reason that the request for removal is carrying forward is that both arborists agreed that it is not ideal to keep the tree for safety reasons. So it has had structural issues from being limbs lopped off for utility lines above it. It has had past limb failures, and so the recommendation from 2 arborists was to remove this, even though the site plan could show that the tree could be retained. It really is a safety issue. So the request is for the whole project to go to City Council because this oak tree is also being requested for removal. They will be required to provide replacement trees totaling 11 inches, and they have also incorporated oak trees into their landscape plan. All right, so in terms of neighborhood compatibility, this project has gone through several different meetings. So we did meet with the Development Review Committee on October 10th. Some of the topics that were discussed included the architectural details, which again, I mentioned that after that meeting, the applicant did resubmit with additional details on the buildings, kind of hearing those comments from the DRC. They also provided a lighting plan out of that meeting, which has been included in as part of the resolution and the attached plans. One thing that was discussed was traffic and on-site circulation, and at the time we did not have a traffic study prepared, and so now we do have the traffic study that was prepared for this project, and traffic was looked at, and we're going to get into that into a minute. And there were 2 other meetings that the applicant held privately, and those were neighborhood meetings, virtual neighborhood meetings on October 10th, and then again on October 27th. Again, some of the topics that came out of that were lighting and glare, noise from the project, what the transition looked like from neighboring uses, and then again, traffic. A lot of the questions from those meetings were answered during the meeting, and then of course we did take into account that maybe some more information on lighting was needed, and the applicant has provided a lighting plan with their light fixtures. The applicant was able to talk about the transition. They have some site sections I believe they're going to show you about what the, how they're transitioning from the buildings, and then they have, landscaping and parking kind of as that buffer as you transition to nearby adjacent uses. And then again, traffic is something that we needed to take a look at once that traffic study was prepared. And so with that, I'm actually going to pass this off to David Athey, City Engineer, who's going to talk more about what the traffic study, what came out of it, and what's really recommended for this project as part of the approval that's included in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. David Athey, City Engineer. Just want to talk about the transportation impact analysis that was performed for the project. So we're going to talk a little bit about the data collected, where it was at, intersections, those kind of things. It was collected during school. So that's always the number one thing, right? We want to make sure we capture that morning and afternoon rush hour that we all experience on Creston Road. Talk about the estimated trip generation for the project. We'll talk about peak traffic estimates for the AM. The AM hour is really the the most difficult hour on Creston Road because everybody's trying to get to drop Johnny and Jill off at school. And there's also a whole bunch of different people just trying to get to work. So commute through the corridor. The traffic report provides recommended mitigations. Those are in the conditions of approval for the site-specific conditions of approval. And then I'll talk a little bit about the Creston Corridor project because both of these projects kind of dovetail together in some respect. They're separate, but they work, they're going to happen essentially at the same time. So data collections, we went out and identified the different intersections and corridors where we're really looking at traffic. Orchard Drive, Rolling Hills, Melody, the shopping center with the Williams Brothers Shopping Center driveway, and Golden Hill and Creston. This chart off to the right of the screen basically shows the trip generation at the AM and PM peak hours, not for the whole day, but just for those peak hours in the morning and afternoon when we see the most traffic going through the corridor. So with that, we also looked at traffic generation for the project. So 135 dwelling units, came up with 941 daily trips. Now, this is a very conservative estimate. We talked about fractional dwelling units on this project, basically one bedroom studio type apartments that are going to be going in. This is going to overestimate those trips from that. However, I like doing that because it tells us worst case scenario and things that we can plan for in terms of what would the max impact be, because sometimes two people live in these smaller apartments. During the peak hours, you see it here, AM peak, PM peak, and it gives us the total trips that will be coming out of the project at that time. We used this data along with our SLOCOG distribution model to come up and assign where those trips are going to go. And that SLOCOG model is based on actual traffic data that we've counted, right, from the different areas in town, from Creston Road. And so we have a real good indication of which way traffic distributes itself in the AM and PM peak hours. And so then we take the trip generation and we can see where that added traffic is going to be. Now, this is going to fluctuate from day to day because traffic it's an average. Traffic reports are always work on averages. They don't work on absolutes. Like I can't tell you from day to day that there'll be 28 cars. Some days there'll be 15 cars on Creston Road. Some days there'll be 45 cars on Creston Road. It just really depends. However, these averages work very well. They're based on traffic counts from actual projects of this size and type. So anyways, this upper left-hand box here shows you the estimated trips in the AM. So we anticipate 28 trips in the AM. This is westbound Creston Road, 16 in the PM. So this would be, this area here past Orchard Drive would be the schools, the churches, Nickerson Drive down there. Going the other direction, we anticipate the project would generate 8 trips going back towards the project in the AM and 27 in the PM. So everybody's going home at night. That's why that number is bigger and offset. And then going down here, the other big generation location is Golden Hill and Rolling Hills. So that's kind of on the other side of Golden Hill Road, right? So Rolling Hills and Golden Hill, kind of over the hill from the project. We'll see more turning trips there. They're not significant from a traffic impact point of view, but that's where a lot of the trips are going to go that come out of the site that go towards Highway 46. So we took all that information from the traffic report and came up with required conditions. These aren't all of them. And also I want to talk about the install keep clear marking because I also got phone calls from the public talking about Orchard Drive and about their difficulties pulling out of Orchard Drive and going left. So eastbound And so we added this condition because it didn't meet signal warrants. So it doesn't, the traffic is so light on the Orchard leg, putting a signal in there would actually make traffic worse on Creston Road in general. So we're prohibiting left outs from the project driveway on Creston. The general plan really discourages any kind of driveways on our arterials. And so we've been trying to really minimize those and minimizing the impacts that come from driveways on our arterial roads like Creston and Niblick. We're asking for a dedication of frontage along Creston Road, and I'll talk about that in a second. It has to do with the roundabout and installing the full street section. Install street trees and lights on Creston and Rolling Hills. And also this keep clear marking, which I'll show you a description of. But basically we want to do is when that morning rush hour occurs and somebody hits the future rapid flashing beacon for the crosswalk and that traffic backs up past Orchard, that keep clear will keep that intersection open so people on Orchard Drive can turn left and go eastbound and do a 2-stage left turn out of there. And I'll show you what that looks like in a second. Also, in the not likely chance that the Creston Road project will proceed, it is funded, and we are getting a grant for phase 2, which is really good news. They still have conditions to install certain improvements that are called for by the traffic report. But however, the city engineer will waive those if they're installed by the city instead. So those are still in there as a backstop, not to make them do them or cause an inconsistency, but just to make sure that those improvements happen for the report. So as I mentioned, the phase 1 of the Creston Road project is upcoming. It's going to be here in this fall, and one of the reasons it hasn't started yet is because the city is still working on the Union Road roundabout. We don't want to tear up Creston Road and then have Union at Golden Hill, gummed up, and then have even a bigger problem. So that's going to happen. That's basically from North River Road all the way to Orchard Drive. It actually goes beyond Orchard Drive. There's going to be a temporary sidewalk around the project perimeter. It'll be asphalt. That's an interim condition until phase 2 comes in, which will take off about this location. This is the project boundary here. It takes off about this location and will wrap itself around and go all the way to Niblick Road, and that will complete the Creston Corridor project. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a condition to have a keep clear. So I added this in. Basically, it allows 2-stage left turns. This will be formalized with the Creston Road project, the 2-way left turn lane, Shark's Teeth, RFB, basically a rectangular rapid flashing beacon, those kind of things you see around town that you hit the button and it's flashing and gets people's attention to increase pedestrian safety. So that's that. That's phase 1. That's going to start this fall, 2023, barring some unforeseen circumstance. Now, phase 2 is coming, and that's where the project and the city is going to be working together closely. We understand from the Red Tail Development Group that they hope to be in construction by constructed by 2025. That's about the same time we're going to work on and start constructing the Union Road, the Rolling Hills roundabout in this location. So for quite a bit of time, there's going to be construction on Creston Road. Quite a bit of time. So a couple years. First with the Creston Road project. With this project, they're going to have less of an impact, but then the city is going to roll into phase 2 of the Creston Road project. So once that's complete, the city's taking on this project, the traffic issues associated with just the existing traffic issues. This intersection here operates unacceptably right now. So it doesn't matter that this project's coming in. They're adding traffic here, but it's already impacted. So the city has taken on this project, is going to finish this. So by the time I hope that their project does get done by 2025. If it doesn't, though, we'll be working closely with them and building our project. And by the time that I think they're both done, we're going to have a brand new Creston Road, new intersections, and potentially this multifamily project if they move forward like they propose. So that's transportation. And again, here's the schedule for the Creston Road Corridor project. Phase 2 really depends on the city was allocated $3 million in the state budget last year, by the governor. That was signed. That money is coming through Caltrans, and so we have to wait till that's allocated to Caltrans to get the money, and that's why we have a phase 2. So, happy to answer any questions about that before I move forward, or we can answer questions at the end.
All right, so that concludes as far as staff's presentation. So just to remind the Planning Commission, the action being requested tonight is to make a recommendation to City Council. So option 1 would be recommending approval of draft resolution A, which pertains to the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. And draft resolution B pertains to recommending approval of plan development and the oak tree removal. Certainly, the Planning Commission may choose to recommend approval of the project with modifications, to refer this back to staff for additional analysis, or to recommend denial of the project by adopting findings of denial. Staff would recommend to move forward with option 1. And as mentioned, I know I have questions listed up here, but the applicant has prepared a presentation to give that dives into a little bit more detail with the project.
Great, thank you, Darcy. Going on what we did last time, I think I'll allow the applicant to come up and give their presentation. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Chair Neal, fellow commissioners, staff, and members of the public. I'm Tim Kim with TK Consulting, the project manager for this project, representing Redtail Multifamily Land Development. And with me, I have Kim Berry, who's been the day-to-day project manager. And I also have a few members from our consulting team here, a couple of which will help me with the presentation. Won't be too long. First, I'd like to thank staff, especially our planner, Darcy, but all of staff for all the hard work they've done, not only on this project, but helping us get through the construction on Creston Road and all the CDs and permitting and everything. I know it's a lot of work, and your staff has done a great job. Also like to thank our team, who I feel like has done a great job in the design, and you'll see more of that in a minute. Hopefully you'll agree. So Redtail, just a little bit about them. Some of you heard this, a little bit about them before and have been a little more familiar, but Redtail Multifamily Development does a lot of work throughout the state and nationwide. And they're a little unique in that they're kind of a turnkey type development company. They do everything from the front end acquisitions, financing, development and construction, and then they have in-house property management under Redtail Residential, who's very highly regarded property management firm. They also, for the most part, maintain and own and operate these projects long-term. Typically, the new development deals they do are legacy assets, so they keep them long-term. So here's a little more detail on a few of our key team members. Architects Orange is has a very strong reputation nationwide for multifamily projects. We work with them on quite a few projects. They do fantastic work. North Coast Engineering, nice local firm here, we've worked with quite a bit, and they've done a great job. And Sitescape, similarly, we work with them on quite a few of our multifamily projects. You'll hear from a couple of them here in a minute. To just give a little bit of context here, as you heard, we've got 135 units spread among 7 buildings. You'll hear more about the design in a minute, but I think it's important just to note that whenever we come and work on a project like this, our first goal is to look at the general plan designation and zoning and try and match that exactly. And we aim to be consistent with all of the development standards and make your job a lot easier. This case, we've done that with a couple of minor exceptions on how many units per building, which you saw in the staff report. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Seraphin, and he's going to walk you through the architecture, and then Rick will discuss landscape, and then they'll turn it back to me.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Seraphin Moranin. I'm a partner at AO. We're going to start off with the site plan here. The project is accessed primarily off of Creston Road and Rolling Hills Drive, or Rolling Hills Road as a secondary ingress-egress. You will note that the clubhouse, which is the heart of our community, is at the center of the project, and so it's strategically aligned with all of the axial points as you come into the project. Also, as designers, we're very conscious of our surrounding context, so we tried very hard to really pull our buildings back away from our existing neighbors on the west and on the north side of our property. And also, we're very cognizant of the specialness of the oak trees, and so we are retaining 2 oak trees on the site. And they are not just there, they're also a really an important part of our site and every day, and it will be part of the central living experience of our residents. This is the view of the project off of Creston Road. As you can see, there are 2 residential buildings that are flanking the main entry, and as I said before, you can see a glimpse of the clubhouse beyond. This is the view of the project off of Rolling Hills Road, showing the trees that do flank the drive, and we also treat the tree as a buffer to our existing neighbor to our right. And as you can see way beyond, you can also get a little bit of the glimpse of the clubhouse as well. This is the view of the engagement of our residential buildings along Creston Road, and at the foreground would be the new roundabout, and off the corner would be Rolling Hills Road. This is an aerial shot of our clubhouse and resort pool and spa experience, which Rick will speak more in depth. And you can also see that there are residential buildings that do enclose that space and giving it a warm and inviting scale. The clubhouse contains over 3,000 square feet of space, used primarily for leasing, recreational, and fitness use. It's a 1-story, very intimate amenity node for our residents. And on the back side of it, you will see storefront glass that fronts or opens out onto the pool. The architecture is designed to be Spanish-inspired with timeless, classic, and elegant details with finely tuned proportions. You'll notice that there are base trims on the ground floor that leads up to the second floor that do visually anchor the building and lower the mass to address the pedestrian scale. There is also attention to the detail, as there is 360-degree architecture on all 4 sides of each building. This is the other building type that is plotted on the site, also Spanish-inspired with modern lines shown on all 4 sides of the building. This is one of the 2 digital color material boards that we are offering on the project. Again, along with classic Spanish elements such as S-style roofs, plaster, wrought iron, some shutters, and also the colors are very important to our project. This one is earth-toned with dashes of sage green, some cream, and some tan tones. This is a secondary color scheme that we're using the same classical Spanish elements, but more white tones with some red, grays, and brown hues. You've seen this before, but I just want to articulate that on the top part, we really did focus on the massing, primarily to ensure that we are sensitive to our neighbors, that we're maximizing our setbacks from our adjacent neighbors, minimizing the views towards our neighbors, yet still providing an attractive street scene, as you can see on the lower photograph here, how it engages Creston Road and Rolling Hills Road. This is one of our standard building plans, and what this really is showing is how articulated our building facades are. As you can see, there's a lot of various movements along the vertical plane. From, if you see that green line, if that is 0, we're articulating and moving our architecture up to 11 feet 4 at the furthest part of the project or the building, and it really just show the undulations, not just on the planes, but on the roof profiles that you've seen before. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Rick, our landscape architect. Oh, is that in here? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. So this is a slide that shows one of the concerns that a lot of our neighbors have with regards to the light, and how we are carefully specifying light fixtures that bring the light down and away from our residents. You can see on the site plan that most of the illumination is at the center of the project, and as it goes along the perimeter of the site, it does die down to 0. We are required by code to have a 0-foot candle at the perimeter of the site. And so what we're trying to do here with our light fixtures is make sure that none of the light spillage goes over to our neighbors. And we do have a graphic in one of our, as you can see here, probably right here, there are deflectors that would eliminate the light from going to the back of the fixture and projecting the light further onto our site and not spilling over to our neighbors. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Rick.
Thank you. Rick Bohemus with Sitescapes Landscape Architects. Let me see if I know how to advance this. So as a landscape architect, I'm really happy with this site plan because it left me a lot to work with. I love the fact that the central rec area is at the junction of the 2 entries coming in, and therefore it afforded me to put all the site amenities there, from the tot lot to the pool, the spa, to entertainment courtyard, all that. Also, I love the fact that there's ample side yard or perimeter edging for me to provide a robust tiered landscaping for screening. We also were able to get 38 oak trees on site, and the cypress, how you push that, and a row of cypress right in here, which you've seen on some of those elevations already. But I love how the site laid out. It made it very easy for me to do my job. And I talked about the amenities. There's a lot of different things that for entertaining people, for entertaining their kids, and we were able to combine it all as the hub of activity right at the leasing office club room there. There's a tot lot with 2 separate tot lots, one for 2 to 5-year-olds, another one for 5 to 12, and an open lawn area. And tot lot, I said, and the dog park is off the screen right now. But this is the oak tree. Which one? This is one that we're keeping. This is our pride and joy, and we did a lot of site planning to make sure that this is not disturbed. This one is the one at the perimeter. We're doing the same. We're making sure the fencing doesn't disrupt this tree, and it becomes an integral part of our edge perimeter. And as you discussed, seen this earlier, this is our inspiration board because we really loved how the architecture was working, and we liked the casual sophistication of the Central Coast and this architecture style. So we have on the top is our design inspiration, but with Spanish, you have like some white and some terracotta, but you also have moments of surprise, of flash of color, some really fun Spanish tile. And so that's what we're representing on the far right there. Terracotta tile for flooring landscaping. It's got a lot of oak trees. It's got olive trees that are going to come up the main road into the project off of one of the entries, and a lot of layered landscaping and screening landscaping. Then there's some sections that show how much room we have to do our tiered landscaping, and it's pretty generous. And you can see also the fencing all around the project is going to be the wood type that you see in the upper left-hand corner. These are the 4 sections that we broke down to show how much room we have to work with. And then with that, Tim's going to come back and talk about the drainage and the grading.
We try and put a lot of focus on what are the key issues, and I mentioned the city development standards, but the neighbors always end up getting the most focus. And so when Rick was showing those last couple slides, a lot of that also was the view simulations we did, looking at, okay, looking out and looking in, what's it going to look like? And the setbacks were really huge, so that helped a lot. And then again, the buildings are oriented so that the short ends are looking toward the neighbors, but they're so far away that, you know, it wasn't as important here as it was on the other side on Creston, where we were a lot closer to the neighbors. So drainage, it seems like these days it's a big deal everywhere. And, you know, we start with these natural conditions. And if you look on the left side here, you know, you've got existing conditions. So you've got water coming down from the north. You can see these homes here getting hit pretty hard as the water comes through there. So, you know, we're looking at, our requirement is to not release more off the site than is being released now, but we always end up taking it further. And if you look on the right, you can see we've got, you know, kind of arrows going toward these green boxes, and those green boxes are underground basins, underground storage tanks that hold the water to release it slower. And then there's other on-site detention and retention, of course, as well. Those tanks are really expensive. We never used to put those in, and these days the permits require you to retain more and more on site. So it's a very expensive solution, but it's an effective solution. So with that, we'll flip over to Q&A, and I don't know if you want me to stay up here or I can come up if you have questions for me.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Kovarubias, any questions?
Thank you, sir. Tim, might as well stay there. I got a quick question for you. You just alluded to it. The basins, how large are those? There's 6 of them, it appears. How large are they?
How what?
How large?
Oh, how large. They vary quite a bit, but I'll ask Edith to come up and give you a little bit better idea on the sizes.
So for preliminary purposes, we are specifying the Storm Tech MC.
Name and.
Oh, sorry. Edith Lem with North Coast Engineering. We are specifying the Storm Tech MC 3500 chambers. They're about 4 feet from top to bottom, and then including drain rock as well. For this project, we are meeting PCR, which is required by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, PCR 1 through 4. We're also installing a off-site run-on stormwater bypass system that is also incorporated with the Crescent Road Corridor project as well, that will eventually drain to the, there's a culvert, or excuse me, concrete channel, down to the southeast of the project. So kind of working hand in hand with that, meeting PCRs, regional water control, and city requirements as well. Good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but let's see, just looking at it, probably 50, 60 feet in length for each one, just comparing it to the parking stalls and drive aisle. Correct. Mm-hmm.
That was my next question. Okay, they are below. Okay, thank you for that. No problem. David, question for you, sir. You alluded to it. I read it in the report. The idea is that hopefully this project is done before the roundabout starts. What happens if there's delays with the project? Does that mean that roundabout gets delayed as well?
No.
So if for whatever reason there's delays, that roundabout is hopefully going to stay on time.
That's correct. So the city capital project engineer, plans to move forward with that project. We would work hand in hand with the Red Tail project to make sure that we're working together and not getting in each other's way. But we plan to build phase 2 of that project as soon as we get the money and phase 1 is complete.
Okay, so I guess the opposite question is, any chance that starts early?
The phase 2?
Right.
No.
No.
Okay. We have to, phase 1's going to take a while. We have to get 2 signals right now. Signal poles are like 6 to 1 year out time frame. They have a long lead time. Plus, just with the general supply of materials, we're going through one of the rainiest years this year. Who knows? It may not rain at all, but you don't know about weather and all these other supply issues that we've been running up against.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Maybe a question for you. I'm not sure. Construction, when it does start, are there measures put in to keep construction from spilling onto Creston, Rolling Hills, and meaning it happened a little bit with the other project where all of a sudden you're down to 1 lane, and here we go again and in fact, I think for a short period it was actually closed. You couldn't get access through. So just curious, is the anticipation that may occur again with this project?
I anticipate, really the Red Tail project doesn't have any off-site improvements. Only the driveway on Rolling Hills is the only piece that they're going to be working on in the right-of-way, unless I'm mistaken. So, but there will be delays and construction impacts from phase 1 of the Crescent Road project. I'll just use this map right here. There is a new storm drain that's going to run down the middle of Crescent Road and come out here and discharge into this kind of open space green swale area here that we'll have to coordinate with their project for their connection. However, I think that can be done probably about the same time we're doing phase 1 of the project. We'll be ahead of them, basically.
You'll be ahead.
And the plan actually has a stub out here for the drainage that comes from this upper portion of the project. So we're leaving a stub out, a 36-inch storm drain at about this location, somewhere in here.
Okay.
They can pick up their flow.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all my questions for now.
Commissioner Cope.
David, just stay for just a moment. You've heard that before.
City Engineers Night.
Question, the 6 intersections were quite clear. There is a 7th which wasn't referenced, and that's this Laura Way, which serves about 15 houses. I think it's the one leg that's on the right side drawing right there. Mm-hmm. Is that going to have any modifications to make that work? How does that figure into traffic?
Can I get my presentation back, or the Darcy's presentation? I can show you better than talk about it. Okay, so this is Laura Way here. There's going to be a left turn pocket in the median here that allows folks to turn into Laura Way, but for the majority of their movements out, will go right. If they want to go back westbound, they'll go around the roundabout and come back out. If they want to go up to Rolling Hills, so that's the current design for that roundabout at this time.
Is that pocket a fairly common roundabout design feature?
That's hard to say. I mean, roundabouts in California aren't too ubiquitous at this point. So, I mean, we try to do the best we can and accommodate, traffic given that there's only 15, or I think it was like, I don't know how many houses are in there, but the small amount of houses that are there, I don't anticipate this being a problem with it. Wallace Group, who's our engineer, has basically come up with that as a solution to when they're coming, because it's kind of tough. You'd have to go down and do a U-turn and come back if you didn't have that turn pocket.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, that helps clarify. It just seems like it's going to be a little bit of a difficult area.
It is, yeah.
You're fitting everything together and it's challenging. Okay, thank you. The only question I have at this point is another staff question. The daycare, which was shown on the applicant's plans, called out on one of the aerials, is that a full-time daycare? Is that an in-home daycare? What is that?
I don't know that I know the answer to that, so maybe we can ask the applicant. So the member of the public is in.
Okay, so does anybody live there? If I might ask an audience question, does anybody live there 24/7, or is it just a school, so to speak?
Excuse me, sorry. We'll open up for public comment.
And I can help answer the question as well.
Thank you.
So that's a full-time daycare daily. It's not a residence. It's a place where kids are dropped off and picked up daily.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Davis.
David, one more question. You have done a good job over the years convincing me that roundabouts will improve the efficiency of an intersection. I get it. You've done a good job. If for some reason our project gets delayed, I thought I read that the community will experience a level of service F. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't anticipate that happening, or for a very short period of time if that happens?
It'll be, if it happens, it'll be the interim condition. And once the roundabout is in place, we go back to a level of service C. So it'll improve from where it is right now. I think it's either E or D. It's E at this point. It'll go back to C. So we're getting back level of service once the roundabout is built.
Separate from this application, is the configuration similar to the one at Union?
No, this is a single roundabout. So the one at Union Road is a.
It is double? I didn't realize that.
Dog going about. It could be,
okay,
whatever.
Gotcha.
It's kind of a figure eight.
Okay, not relevant to tonight.
I like to call it the infinity about, because someone will get stuck in there.
Okay.
Going around forever.
Okay, you're off the hook for now. All right, thank you. Darcy, I have a question here, and I realize, and you said in your presentation that the general plan updated 2003, and we identified this particular area for high-density development. So I get all of that. Somewhere in the process of working with the applicant, was there any needs assessment? When I looked at it, I wasn't on DRC, so when I looked at the number of 1 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms versus 3, I was actually a little surprised how many 1-bedroom units there were. And so let me just talk out loud, and maybe the applicant could comment on. This is beautiful, and it's next to all the schools, but 1 bedroom doesn't get it for families. Was there a needs assessment in tandem with the applicant, what the community needs? As a Paso Robles, I think we need family housing, and I'm not sure the 1 bedroom or 600 to 1,000 square feet meets that. So I'm just curious if there was a needs assessment.
There was not a needs assessment required by the city when the applicant submitted. They might have done one themselves just privately to kind of figure out what, they wanted to, how they wanted to design the project. But certainly taking advantage of the fractional density program allowed them, they provided for 62 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom units that counted as, essentially 2/3 of a density unit. So they were able to then, get, I think it's 18.4 dwelling units per acre by using the fractional density program. It wasn't anything that they proposed this. There was no follow-up with the number of 1 bedrooms, but perhaps you might continue that question.
It's a beautiful project, so close to 4 different schools. And I just hope that we can accommodate the demand for
So Commissioner
families.
Davis, the
Yeah.
other thing to consider is there is a big demand for service worker housing in town. So I think that the applicants, this is a market rate project, and I think they've probably done their own studies to determine what the needs are. But beyond family housing is also a need for service worker housing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I was just going to pass it. Maybe they can comment on that. I appreciate that.
Tim, I overheard he does have an answer for you if you want to
Yeah.
hear from him right now.
That would be fine.
Happy to do that. As you know, we have the other property down the street and have owned and operated Redtail has owned and operated other sites in the market. And so they're familiar with the market, and they've got a property management group that guided that discussion and moved us there. And it worked well because we were encouraged to do some smaller units too for the fractional density. So I think it all came together pretty well. But you're right, it is a little higher percent than normal of 1 bedrooms. Yeah, sure.
Commissioner Marlowe?
Yeah, this would be for David. Just looking at the storm drain, that 36-inch storm drain line, the thought is that would be done prior to the completion, or, obviously storm drain goes in beginning of a construction project. And I guess, what would be the plan if for some reason the apartments and the site work and the drainage gets completed and they got nowhere to connect it because the roundabout project doesn't get completed in time? That's quite the undertaking to shut down Creston Road to get a 36-inch storm drain line across. So I guess my thought was, if you get through this project and they don't got anywhere to plug in, there's got to be some sort of plan to accommodate that drainage, and then the plan to get that drainage across Creston Road.
Right. So the storm drain I was talking about will be located about here, coming out to this little green belt area. Actually, is being built with phase 1 of the Creston Road project. So that's going to happen this fall, next spring. In the odd chance, because I believe in having a backup plan, the project would have to build their section of it, of the pipe, in order to make it work and move forward.
Sure. That's all I had.
Commissioner Conley?
I have a couple of questions and a couple of clarifications I'd like to see. First question kind of came to mind when you were showing the internal circulation. There's 2 entrances, and there's these parking lots and fingers that go around each of the building sites. With that, has there been thought to emergency vehicles like fire trucks? Would they be able to get in there and use the facility properly and be able to access for fire and emergency vehicles?
Answer that.
So early on, with the as the city gets the application, we do route it to emergency services to get comments from them. They did approve the site plan. I believe the applicant, since this is the second time they've submitted a project in the city, they provided, well beyond what emergency services was looking for. They did not request any changes to accommodate their, emergency vehicles to access the site.
Okay. Next question I have with regard to traffic impacts. I think this is a beautiful project. And Dave, I appreciate your presentation about the impacts. And I don't believe they're as significant as they could be because the roundabout's going in. The roundabout in the Creston Corridor project is being funded, thankfully, by SlowCog mostly, or I'm not sure the percentages, but thanks to SlowCog, I think that's going forward.
Actually, that was, just a clarification. That was Senator John Laird actually got that for us. In the budget.
That's great.
So,
that
was.
And so without that, there would have to be more traffic mitigation. But what happens when that this is kind of philosophical, but what happens when the next neighbor comes in and the next neighbor comes in and adds 80 cars during the PM peak? Each time, does this absorb that as well? I think, in my mind, the fact that they're dedicating the right-of-way is probably the mitigation enough for the traffic impacts. So I don't know if are they paying a fair share into this roundabout, or is the right-of-way considered that?
So they'll make an offer of dedication for the frontage improvements for that. They'll pay also their traffic impact fees for the project, which will be fairly significant. In terms of paying a fair share, the tough part is it'd be like trading dollars. So they'd give us a fair share payment for the roundabout, and then we'd end up, because it's eligible for a transportation impact fee credit, we'd end up getting them a credit on their transportation impact fees. So it comes out in a wash.
It's not a big concern, but I just, I think it's a beautiful project. I don't believe that impacts will be significant with the roundabout. I think they did a great job.
Could I just address the incremental increase in traffic? So when we did the Crescent Road corridor plan, we actually looked at that, and like this project was modeled like there's nothing there. We didn't know what was going to be in there, in terms of a project. But we looked at all the vacant lots. We looked at all the actually built on lots, and then came up with our traffic estimates for the future, looking out for the future to make sure that the Crescent Corridor project could absorb those future projects that were coming in, like some redevelopment of, there's not very many of these sites left along Crescent Road, but like any other multifamily, maybe intensified use, we looked at that based on its zoning of what it could be.
That's great.
Yeah, so we planned for that up ahead. Anyways, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it for those two questions. I do have one more, and that is related to what Commissioner Marlowe had with regard to the culvert, 36-inch pipe. And I'm looking at Exhibit C. That 36-inch pipe will drain a significant part of this development, and it feeds into an existing culvert after an existing 54-inch culvert or pipe, an existing system, basically. So what I consider this as new water. Has there been any type of analysis of that connection? Does the existing concrete culvert on Exhibit C, does it have the capacity to take this additional water?
So the applicant has done a preliminary drainage plan, and I can have the civil engineer come up and talk about like the drainage system itself. However, when we get down to the condocs, we're going to require them to submit the drainage report and show us that all these facilities can handle the water as they're proposed.
And then I have 2 points of clarification which are similar. The draft resolutions on pages 549 and 563, they have, well, let me get to it. They have a discussion about the total number of parking. 549. And I just want to clarify that it kind of understates the amount of parking. You would kind of want to add 82, 53, and 13 and come up with 267, and that's not happening. And what actually happens here is unless you want to emphasize 13 motorcycle parking stalls, which are part of the open stalls, you have 82 and 53 covered parking, and you have 132 open parking stalls. So I think that the draft resolution should be changed to reflect that the total parking adds up to whatever numbers you put into that. You know what I'm saying?
I see that we're not listing the uncovered parking number.
Yeah, so unless you want to emphasize motorcycle parking for some reason, I think you should scratch 13 motorcycle parking stalls and just say 132 open stalls for visitor parking.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think that's a
That's a
great
clarification
observation.
on both resolutions.
Okay.
Okay?
Commissioner Christensen?
Thank you. So I had a question and clarification on attachment 3, page 563. I just was curious, in this portion of the draft resolution, it refers to general architecture requirements, and it discusses basically there's a request for modification. Can you just kind of clarify a little bit for us what those modifications really entail or wouldn't entail?
Yeah, and I think Tim just very lightly touched it and briefly mentioned that there were modifications being requested. So in this case, the multifamily zoning would require multifamily buildings that you could not exceed 4 to 8 dwelling units per building, or there would be, you could not exceed the maximum of 4 dwelling units sharing a common entrance to a multifamily building. And these are, in this case, kind of constraining when you're trying to put this many units on the property. And so this modification was also requested with the prior project that the applicant's, under construction over next to the Food for Less on Creston Road. The modification, by requesting the modification, you get, fewer buildings with greater setbacks. And so that's one of the findings that's included as you go to the section that's specific to findings. I believe it's, development plan findings number 8, that granting the modification really enables the applicant to design the project that matches the density of the site, results in fewer buildings, greater setbacks from the adjacent residences, which mitigates potential negative visual impacts from neighboring properties. If you were to require that they adhere to those architectural design standards, they would have to totally redesign the site, and you would see buildings much closer to, to the 20-foot setback line, because you would have to, in this case, I think they have 20, there's 20 units in a building, for instance. I don't know how many of them share that common entrance. Perhaps they could speak to that, but that is the request, is to take that development standard and modify it based on what they're showing. I want to say, and they can answer how many units are, using a common entrance, but in the end, I think staff would agree that that is outdated, and with our zoning code update that we're working on, that's probably something that we would remove, because we just don't see it as beneficial. Maybe at one time it served its purpose, but for high density development in this case, we think these modifications.
So more of a density for cluster and allowing for a greater space around for setbacks and open space. Would you agree? Maybe that's...
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation. That helps me understand that a little bit more. All right. The other question I had was in regards to, and this might be a question for David. There's a couple questions that I had in regards. First off, it talks about the agreement for the landscaping that's essentially off-site, that would be in public right-of-way. Is that correct? And
yes.
Is that a typical arrangement that we've made in the past with other developments? I just was hoping to get some clarity on that, so that that's going to be maintained by the applicant. I mean, they've got the maintenance of the stuff on-site, landscaping on-site, but off-site, how does that work?
So that's basically this landscaped area here behind the sidewalk that we're talking about. They'll be maintaining this.
Yeah, typically it's a landscape lighting district, right, in a residential development.
Right.
But you're saying that the city would have an agreement with the owner, and that's kind of the way I was reading it here, as a condition for perpetuity?
Yes.
Okay. And it's basically runs with the property?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I just want to touch on traffic a little bit. I'm sure you were expecting a lot of questions on that. So I do appreciate the applicant making a greater effort. That was one of our biggest concerns as DRC, was the flow of traffic there. I think it's wonderful that the roundabout's going in. My question kind of pertains more, I got a couple questions on it, but the entrance coming off of Creston there, I think that there was some, to restrict the left turn traffic there, that was just going to be some what did you refer to it as? Pork chop. Thank you. That's the term. So that's what'll be the only restriction. There won't be anything in the middle out there preventing it, like a median of some kind.
Yeah, the condition is for a median in the middle, a concrete raised median that channelizes the left turns in.
Okay.
And allows the left turns into the church across the street.
Okay, great. I guess I was confused by that because of further down it allows for the address, and I was missing that in the plans. And then I had a question in regards to attachment 6, referring back to the impact study, the traffic impact study. One of the paragraphs on page 638, it talks about the construction of a single end roundabout, and all study locations would operate acceptably under existing plus project conditions. So I was hoping maybe you can kind of define that. And then it goes on to say, under cumulative conditions, the intersection would operate acceptably. However, westbound queues are expected to reach the Creston Road Melody number 3 intersection during peak periods. However, no additional lanes are recommended as of the corridor at this time. Now, you might have already covered a lot of this in just a different fashion, but if you can kind of highlight on that for me, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So existing plus project is existing traffic, and then adding the project's traffic on top of it. What happens to the intersections around? So that's what we analyzed. This project is not that big, so we didn't go into the near term or cumulative. But what I think the traffic report is saying there is, in the cumulative, we expect the congestion in the morning that I talked about, and in the afternoon, to spill through the roundabout, whether it's with the project or not in the long term. So that's the condition that we're heading to for that morning peak hour period.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then one other question in regards to that itself. Is there a chance that the roundabout won't come to fruition? I guess we can always say there's a chance, but is there any kind of high likelihood that could not happen?
The only way I think it could happen is if the state pulled the funding back, and there's no indication at this point that the governor or the legislature has got that on their radar.
Okay. I would agree with that. I mean, that would be what would happen.
I mean, there's always a chance.
Sure. That's right. I agree. Yeah. So then what would happen in regards to the project in that regard?
Well, the project would move forward. The condition to fix that intersection would still be on the city. Because, a project this size really couldn't do the heavy lift of building this roundabout. That's a big project. There's the nexus. There's really not a nexus there really to pin it all on this project.
Yeah.
They're paying their traffic impact fees, which represents development's share of their impacts to our citywide transportation system, which includes the Rolling Hills roundabout. So I would anticipate, the city would, through its budgeting process, city council controls that, would budget for a roundabout as soon as it could, based on all the other priorities in town.
Could you see let's say that, for some, bad reason it doesn't come to fruition, the project moves forward, that the city would have any major complication with preventing that left turnout? Maybe even if we had to put some kind of, median there or something ourselves, can you see that being?
On here?
Yeah.
The applicant will be responsible for installing the pork chop on their drive approach. When they come in come in for an encroachment permit. And then also the raised median in the middle. The city will be done with phase 1. That is happening. That is funded.
Okay.
Through council, through city funds. So that will happen. And so these improvements will happen with the project.
And so that was part of phase 1 for sure,
correct,
right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. That's good to know. That makes me feel a lot better. And in regards to phase 1, that's kind of leading into one of my other questions. Along that edge there, that Crescent Road edge, is that parking along there? It looks like it dives in, the sidewalk seems to dive in, and I see a bike lane, and then it looks like there's additional parking. Is that something we would want other than maybe passenger pickup?
Let me go down to the plan. Maybe actually, I don't know off the top of my head. Let me look at that real quick.
You can see there. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a better.
Yeah, this is the section you're talking about. The end of it right here.
Yeah, that east end of that graphic.
I don't know.
Okay,
from a policy standpoint, we don't want parking on our arterials, right? Because they're made for getting cars from A to B and not really parking. I'd have to double check that and get back to you.
Okay, you could see my concern with that though, because I mean, like you said, per policy.
I know that there will be parking beyond Orchard because that's the school pickup zone. I do know that there's protected bike lanes here, so I'm not sure that there'll be enough, area for parking.
Okay, that'd be good. I would be concerned if there was a lot of parking there that would be permanent.
I mean, if there is, that would be part of what council has approved as part of the Crescent Corridor plan.
Okay. Well, again, my concern would be that if something more than passenger parking, if it's full-time parking for people to visit or come in, I think that would be, in my mind, would seem like a large issue, especially since the impact of the traffic we're talking about. Let's see. I think that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The hour's getting late. I have a few questions that I'll follow up after public comment, so I'd like to open it up now to public comment. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this project, please come forward and do so. State your name and address.
Hi. My name is Leanna Lara. I live at 724 Orchard Drive. I'm going to apologize ahead of time. Public speaking is not my forte. I'm kind of surprised I don't see a lot of my neighbors here today because there's been a lot of discussion between the neighbors about this project. I can kind of maybe attribute that to the only notification was this little tiny postcard that came in with all of the grocery store flyers. So they could have been misplaced. I hope maybe some of them are online or so forth. There's several things here. I've lived in my home for 32 years. My property, the back half of my backyard is directly north and will share a border with this project. I have several concerns. One of them is the 3-story buildings that are going to be looking directly into my backyard. Absolutely no privacy. I was involved in one of the Zoom meetings that they had with the neighborhood in addressing this concern. Was told, well, there's a big setback and then your property is slightly raised, so it's not going to be as much of an impact. As it stands now, I can stand in my backyard or in my driveway and I can see the 2nd and 3rd stories of the project that's over by Food for Less. So that's a mile away from my home. So right next door is going to have much bigger impact than even that project. When we purchased our home there, that property was zoned commercial. It was supposed to be a small strip mall, smaller version of the Williams Brothers Plaza. I can only guess that when the rezoning was done and I was supposed to be notified, maybe I missed a small postcard like this in the mail because I was never aware that it was rezoned until this project notification came in my mailbox. I would have to disagree slightly with your staff member that said that this is a perfect location for this project. These are very large buildings. I agree, it's beautiful. Your landscaping, the design of your buildings, it looks gorgeous. But it is nestled in with mostly 1-story single-family residences. My particular neighborhood, up Orchard Drive and around Vero Verde and all in there, not only are they single-family residences, they're 1 acre lots. A project that was designed to be spread out, to have some privacy, which with these giant buildings in my backyard, I don't see how we have any of that. But my biggest and most concerning thing is the traffic. Currently, right now, I have some girlfriends that I walk with in the morning, and we can't walk before a certain hour because I can't get out onto Creston Road. Making a right-hand turn is a challenge. I sometimes sit there for 10 or 15 minutes just to make a right-hand turn. A left-hand turn is impossible. It's a right-hand turn, then you got to try to go down and maybe get into the center divider and then make a left-hand turn into the Trinity parking lot and loop around and then wait and hope somebody will let you back in to go the other direction. You know, it's a 25-minute thing just to get left onto Creston Road every morning. I looked at the impact report that was done. Well, that's all well and good, but that doesn't include when their current project is finished and all of those cars start coming in west. The roundabout's great, but I'm west of the roundabout. Everybody that wants to go west, which is the bulk of the impact of the traffic, is going to go through that roundabout and still continue west and still impact any of us trying to get in or out of our properties. Many times there is a center like turn lane on the road now. I'm sure all of you are familiar. I recognize most of your faces from being neighbors. But sometimes even now going either direction and wanting to get into that center median to turn into my property, somebody else is coming through the intersection in that median, getting around the traffic that's already impacted. So I understand these impact reports. I don't agree that they're completely accurate because I have seen the changes. Like I said, I have been in the same property for 32 years. I have seen how the traffic has changed on Creston Road. I've seen projects come in, the impacts, the increases. And dealing with all of that, I can't really think that any planning commission was giving the information that anybody would be sitting for 15 or 20 minutes and see the traffic back up beyond Rolling Hills in the mornings when people are dropping their kids off at school. The traffic goes beyond there. So you're going to have this roundabout that's going to be impacted by traffic and by cars that are waiting. And then 267 parking places, 267 more cars trying to exit onto that street at that hour, in addition to however many units are already on Creston Road that are being built right now and almost completed over by Food for Less. The numbers don't add up. You know, somebody can sit there one day and count cars or whatever, but that's not what happens on a daily basis. That's not what I deal with. That's not what every single one of my neighbors complains about. And I don't behoove anybody the ability to do something with their property and do something good. I just think that there need to be some concessions to existing people because you are impacting them by what you approve. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with two-story buildings being there because they wouldn't be looking right into my backyard. And not just, you know, a two-story building is going to see in, but there's a difference between seeing in and looking down. That's a huge impact. And, you know, as it is now, I'm going to have to go up Orchard Drive over to Walnut, down to Vista Grande, and try to sneak in on Rolling Hills and hit the roundabout just to get out onto Creston Road. That doesn't seem feasible. You know, and I understand we need housing. I understand Paso Robles is growing. But at what point do we give up the small town charm that is Paso Robles and keep approving more and more and more? Eventually, we're not going to be that cute little stop between Los Angeles and San Francisco. We're going to be Los Angeles or San Francisco. So, the property, to look at it and look at the homes that are surrounding it is completely inconsistent. The size of these buildings as opposed to mostly one-story single-family residences. And a push-button crosswalk for all of the children that are going to be crossing with 4 schools right there and all of this additional traffic. Unfortunately, I was a witness to the accident that provoked the signal on Bearcat Lane. I watched that young girl fly across the hood of my car when she was hit there trying to cross on that crosswalk. And that was many, many years ago, and that still haunts me today. And I just hope that some consideration for existing people and property owners and people that have helped be a big part of Paso Robles over the years, and there's a lot of us that have been here a long time and have contributed and been a part, that's taken into consideration too, because the complete zoning for that property isn't what it was when we all moved in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have an online caller.
Great.
Jan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Jan Alvin. I'm a resident of Quail Run. I live directly behind the complex that you're building next to Food for Less. But the questions that I have tonight are about this particular project, and one of them, at the very beginning of the presentation, they said that this is a 6-acre parcel, and there are 20 units allowed per parcel, or per acre. Well, 6 times 20 is 120 units, but this project is 135. So unless I missed something, or there's a reason for that, I'd like to know how that worked out, that 135 are allowed as opposed to 120. That's one thing. And I have a lot of questions about the turn in and turn out of the driveways on this project. I'm glad to see that there is an entrance and exit on Rolling Hills. That's going to make a heck of a difference for them. But I'm still not clear because there was a lot of extraneous information. So I'm still not clear about the exit entrance onto Creston. When they're coming out of the project, as I heard it, they can only turn right. So is that correct? But when they're coming into the project, let's say they're coming from the west and they want to turn into the project, they can make a left-hand turn cross traffic into the project. So I'd like a little clarity on that without a lot of just give me a yes or no. Yes, they can. No, they can't. And the other question that I have is regarding what these units are going to price out at, because everybody talks about affordable housing. Well, we've been told that the project by Food for Less is going to be $2.50 a square foot. Well, if you're looking at the smallest unit of 900 square feet, that's $2,500 a month. That's not exactly affordable housing, certainly not low income. And so I kind of wonder what the motivation is for the city to keep building units that are so expensive, but yet we keep talking about needing affordable housing. So if you can give me the answers to the left-hand turn lane and how much these units are going to price out at, I would appreciate it. I may have to call back with some follow-up questions, but I'd appreciate some answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other online callers, Marcy?
No other callers.
Anybody else in the audience? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it out back to the commission for discussion. I think there was a couple of questions. I'll go with Darcy first on the 3-story buildings. Is that allowed in this particular zone and density?
Allowed and then up to the maximum height of 40 feet. So I believe that with the most recent housing element update, and we had some implementation of the zoning ordinance to, I think, get rid of a limitation on number of stories. And so I think we really just are relying on height, maximum height, I believe, since it's been a few years now since we did that. But 40 feet is the maximum allowed in this zone, and they're at 38 feet 6 inches.
Great. And then there was a question on the 135, and it's probably the fractional density, but if we could go over that one more time.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, there was a question, since it's approximately 6 acres and, doing the math at 20 units to the acre, you would typically get 120 units maximum. Because the applicant is using the fractional density, which is permitted by the zoning ordinance and was, a part of the housing element, 62, I believe, units are fractional, and so they count as the equivalent of 41 units. I can't remember the exact number. And so that is how they're getting the 135 units. It brings them to about 18.4 units to the acre, which is, under the 20 units to the acre threshold.
Great. And then I think it's David's turn.
All right.
There was a question on the cumulative impact on roundabout, and after I can't remember the name of but the other red tail development comes on, how that will impact the roundabout and the traffic flow on Creston.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. David Athy, City Engineer. So the roundabout, as I mentioned earlier, and the Creston Road project anticipated both projects with some traffic generation in the Creston Road project. So the roundabout will continue to function at a level of service C with this project and with the other red tail project and the other projects in the area.
And that will be an improvement over the existing condition.
That's correct. So the existing condition is E, and so we're going back up to C. So it really reduces the delay in the intersection. Now there will be congestion. There's congestion now, and there will be congestion in the future with or without both projects. So that's going to continue.
And then the caller wanted a little bit of clarity on the turning on to Creston from the development.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. So the project driveway on Creston Road will be right out, right in, and left in. So you can turn left going eastbound into the project, and you can turn right going westbound into the project, and you can turn right coming out of the project and going westbound.
Great. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Commissioner.
If I could, David, we talked about the roundabout and the level of service will improve considering all the developments, including Red Tail at Food for Less and at this location. But I think the concern was at Orchard Drive. And could you speak to the whole corridor project? What is in store for the whole corridor that may improve down to the west the traffic impacts and may mitigate?
The Creston Road Corridor project is a series of improvements, including sidewalks. I think there was a comment from the earlier speakers that they can't walk on the road, so there'll be sidewalk gaps will be filled. There'll be new curb ramps. The area in front of Red Tail will have an interim sidewalk and then a final concrete sidewalk, actually a class 1 type path, 8 feet wide through the roundabout. So it'll be a rather pleasant experience to get through that corridor. So you'll be able to, if you're a resident in the corridor, basically walk now without gaps all the way downtown, if you'd like. So that is one of the benefits of the Creston Road project. There are There are also some signals going in at Bolin and Walnut, which will improve circulation there. There are some protected bike lanes for it. We're standardizing lane width and creating a what we like to call a twiddle, two-way left turn lane throughout most of the projects with left turn lanes, through the Crescent corridor. And then capping that all off, it'll be paved. So it'll be a much more pleasant experience for drivers.
Well, thank you. I noticed the keep clear here. That will really help for the left turn out of Orchard. So
That's correct. So we did that to increase the the ability to do left turns, especially during that. That's really for the congested hour. That's not going to make a difference during the other 22 hours of the day when we're not seeing congestion in the corridor.
If you have any further questions. Commissioner Marlowe, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Christensen, any further questions?
I did have a question, maybe more for the applicant. I noted that one of the comments had to do with the third story and looking into the backyards. I think if there's 2 or 3 properties right there. What plan would that be on the third level? Is that I think when I was looking at the overall layout, it looked to me like there would have been 2 buildings that would have that visual aspect from the third floor. And what I'm wondering is there a way to mitigate, the windows spacing or something? It looks to me on the plan like the window is facing away from that, but is there a way to confirm that? I can't, really tell.
We probably could. Is this, which presentation is
Let's
this?
go back
I
to
want to
the
say like
applicant
A21
presentation.
maybe as part of the building type A floor plan, or I can't tell which. I think
know
it's
in
type
my
B and type A.
presentation-
We'll bring that up,
Okay.
because you had some cross sections as well.
Yeah, and Sarah, maybe we should have you kind of describe that situation. But that's why we, right. It's probably more of that.
I know on my exhibit C, it's part of the plans is A21 would be.
Or maybe go back to the site plan if you want to go back.
Let's look at the site plan really quick.
I think that might be the reference to the building. There's a, there you go.
Are you referring to this condition right here?
So I'm referring to
Or is it this one?
either side of building B.
These two?
Yeah, on either end of those.
Yeah, so those are what we call side-on conditions. Side-on meanings the units are oriented so that the side of it is what's adjacent to the neighbors, the living room, and the view is looking out the other way, not into the neighbors.
I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is on the end of that building, from looking at the plans, it looks like there's a bedroom on the end of each one of those.
There's a bedroom window that is really just there about 4 feet tall at the bottom, and then 6'8" at the header height. And that's simply just to get light in there. It's not meant for viewing out. It's meant for light to come into the space.
And
Yeah, because of the height. It's not meant to be, the normal living room window height. It's like 4 or 5 feet up, about 6'8". Sorry, about 6'8" to the header height. So it's really just to allow light to come in. It's not meant to be viewed out from.
Okay, and so that's the window on the side.
Yes, sir.
That we're referring
both
to.
Both of those apartments are situated with that condition because we were, as I mentioned in my presentation, we're very sensitive to how we orient our buildings, not just placement wise, but also what the windows or views are being looked onto our project and vice versa.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Davis? Commissioner Kogler? Commissioner Covarrubias?
Thank you. So I believe there was a question about affordability, and I actually had it on my list to ask. I don't know if either the applicant or whoever would want to address that. Just curious.
Yeah, and it might be, I noted that there was a question on the price of the units, and I believe the applicant can answer that, but to answer the question about the, affordable, are the, affordable units, so the direction that we're really seeing the housing trend is we're talking more about affordable by supply. So by having more of these multifamily projects go online, that we're hoping that will help, different apartment complexes compete for their, tenants to rent the space. And so I'm hoping that would help with the price of rent, but this is a market rate project. So, there's no requirement for it to be affordable, by any means. So I'll let the applicant speak to what their kind of initial pricing is for the units, and hopefully that'll help answer the caller's question.
Right. So the units, they range from in the, 650 square feet up to about a little over 1,000 square feet in there. We think the rents are going to be about the same as they are on the other project down the street. And those are, right around $3 a foot, give or take. So if you had a 650 square foot, you'd be, probably just under 2,000 a month.
Okay, thank you for that. Just curious, I'm going to test the staff's brain a little bit. There was a question about the zoning being changed. When did that occur?
Sure. So the zone change was finalized in early 2005. If I remember correctly, it was an office professional zoning prior to that. And when we went through the 2003 general plan update, that, there were several lots that were, considered for the RMF or the residential multifamily 20 units to the acre. I don't know what the land use was. If it had always been RMF 20 or if it was something else, but with the zone change, we were bringing the zoning into compliance with the land use. So office professional is not compatible with RMF 20. So that was looked at as part of that 2003 general plan update, and then the corresponding zone change rezone for those properties.
Got it. Appreciate that. So for clarity, when there is a zoning change like that, and especially in that location, what is the requirement for the city to do to the neighboring properties? Are we required to notify them?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
So it's the same process. It would have gone through the public hearing process. Zone changes have to go to city council as well. So there would have been at least 2 notices, if not more opportunities if they did back in the early 2000s, if there were other public forums possibly.
Right. Okay.
And just a little more clarification on that. There are times when there's a general plan level change that's citywide where there may not be 300-foot notices for specific properties. If there's a general plan update like in 2003 of the land use ordinance, there is notifications in papers, there's different ways of noticing, but it is possible that there could have been a not specific notice to neighbors for a citywide general plan amendment. I don't know if that was a situation here, but I just want to clarify. Darcy's correct about typically, but there are situations when there may not have been a specific notice on different properties when there's a citywide project going on.
Okay. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Darcy.
And just as David got comfortable, I have a question for you. So the staff report says that the roundabout will happen at approximately 2025 to 2026. But happily, I saw on your slide that it's going to happen in 2024, 2025. Now, which one is the correct?
That was my mistake on the slide. So
Okay.
2025, 2026.
Okay, thank you. Also, on your engineering division conditions, condition 20, it says the owner shall petition to annex residential into city Paso Robles. So by petitioning, they're automatically in?
The project has to vote. So the owner votes to votes themselves to annex into the CFD 2005. And so there's being a part of condition of approval, they have to complete that as part of the project.
So the owner of the red tail has to vote to get themselves in, or
The owner of the property.
the owner of the property? And then mostly just to prove that I read most of the 100 or 1,000 pages of this. I noticed on the staff report, it said 14 bike racks, and then in the engineering division conditions were significantly more prescriptive at 27 bicycles. So I'm thinking that bike racks have a couple of spaces.
I believe this is the same requirement as the other project down Creston Road, so we just carried that forward.
Looking for a motion or another additional questions?
Mr. Chair, one quick question. I'm just curious for reference, and it's a planning question. Office professionals, anybody remember what the height restriction was in that zone when it was in place? Or have a educated guess? Otherwise, it's okay.
I don't know the answer, but I'm wondering if Darren does.
I would say it was 35 feet has been kind of the height for the max residential, as Darcy mentioned. There was a amendment done for these larger projects. Office professional, I would have said anywhere from the 35 to possibly 50 for a multi-story office type building.
Any further questions or potential motion from somebody? Anybody?
Hey, Darren, can you put the motion options on the screen, please? Or somebody?
Where is it located at? With regard to, can I just interrupt where we're at? With regard to the recommendation on page 547, we could do a motion for option one, but I'd like the record to note that the clarification I made on the number of parking spaces be in those draft resolutions. Parking spaces are kind of misrepresented in the draft resolutions. So Darcy, can we assume that that'll be corrected? Okay. So.
And the motion maker can include that in their motion.
So I would move that we recommend option one, which is adopting draft resolution A, recommending the city council adopt the proposed mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and report plan. And
so we'll probably want two separate motions on that, or one?
Yeah.
The motion for option one can be one motion to include A and B.
Okay.
And I would recommend draft resolution B, recommending the city council approve plan development 22-08 and oak tree removal permit 22-16, whereas both A and B draft resolutions include the correct number of open parking spaces. Okay.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I open it up to the commission for further comments or questions.
I just had a clarification question on the draft resolution. It refers to Mr. Neal as chairperson. I just would want to make sure for the record we correct that on the resolution as well. So, no offense, Commissioner Neal.
I am chairperson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're right. I'm totally thinking of Kogler. Sorry.
Thank you for demoting me, Commissioner Christensen.
Staring you
I didn't want the job anyway.
I'm brain fried, traveled all day. Sorry about that.
So, Commissioner Marlowe, any
Yeah,
follow-up?
yeah, I have two schools of thought on this, and after hearing the public and the neighborhood speak, I am in favor of projects like this, and I think that, the city's growing, and you either are growing or you're going away, right? But within that, the buildings are very tall. They don't really fit what looks around it. I don't think even with the roundabout, with the traffic backed up farther to the west, think you're still going to have ongoing issues. So I'm a little conflicted on looking at this project because, as a young person who rents homes looking to buy a home eventually, the pricing is really expensive for what it is. You can move into an older home like I'm in for, a house on its own for less money. So I'm split. I think it's a beautiful project. I think that it would serve a need. I think it's too expensive for where it's at. I hear the concerns of the public. I do that agree that it's going to be really, really tall and cumbersome with a bunch of small houses in the area. I'm not sure that it's tough. That's a tough one because I want to see, I'm a builder. I like to see things built. I like to see the town grow, but I do feel for the neighborhood, and I just wanted to put that on the record and address my thoughts on it. And that's really my comments on it is, I see good and bad with it. And I don't see how that roundabout adding multiple hundred homes fixes things to the west. I don't think a little crosswalk and a keep clear is really going to help people like herself get out. So again, I think it's a good project, and I'm split. I got a little decision to make, but those are my comments and concerns regarding the project.
Commissioner Conley, any further follow-up questions?
No,
Or
I'm good.
comments?
No,
Commissioner
I'm good.
Christensen? Commissioner Davis? Commissioner Kogler? Commissioner Covarrubias?
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm going to make a comment. I've lived in this community. I moved here in 1980, and I've been here a long time, and I've seen this city do some great things. With all due respect to the speaker that mentioned, how long she's been here and everything, I think Paso Robles I just don't ever see it losing its charm. I just don't. That's my opinion. I think our downtown core is phenomenal. I think as long as we keep that intact, we're always going to have a little bit of that small town charm. And I think Darcy, in my opinion, nailed it on the head. I'm a big, big supporter of affordable housing, and we need affordable housing. The challenge we have is, somebody told me today, I kid you not, Dry Creek Apartments are commanding over $2,000 a month for rent. That's Dry Creek Apartments. There's no way for us to get that down unless we provide more housing in general. These apartment units can charge that because there's nothing available. We need more units. And though I think we need more affordable units, the reality is we need more units, period. So that's where I think I get a little bit hung up, because I remember my first place renting in Paso Robles for $750 a month. I remember it. And those days are long gone, unfortunately. They're just gone. So, I think the developer has done a good job with the project. I think it's a nice looking project. Everybody's acknowledged that. We just, unfortunately, we're paying for a little bit of growth hiccups right now. And if we don't do something, rents are going to continue to go higher and higher because there just aren't enough of them around. So with that, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. My comments on the projects, I live off Rolling Hill. I drive it every day. I'm excited about the roundabout. I if you've ever tried to turn left off Rolling Hills onto Creston at any time in the evening, just might as well camp there. It's not going to happen, so I very much look forward to the roundabout. And I actually look forward to this project. I think it's a very nice project. I think it's a well-designed project. I think it will be a nice addition to the corner. I think the project up Creston Road has been a nice change. It looks like it's going well, and so I am in favor of this project. And if there are no further comments or questions from the commission, I will call the question.
Commissioner Conley.
Aye.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
Aye.
Commissioner Marlowe.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Chairperson Neal.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
What do you say we take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break? So with that, we will be back in 10:07. anyway. So our next agenda item is a recommendation to the City Council regarding the 2022 annual report on the implementation of the general plan. Darcy, your report? And this is a public hearing, correct?
Yes, this is a public hearing. So we do this annual report every year. So for folks online, still listening, Darcy Delgado, Associate Planner. So as you may recall, for the Planning Commissioners, not for the majority of you, I know we have 2 new members. This is a requirement of the state to report on the status of implementing the city's general plan. The status report is first considered by Planning Commission, and then you're making a recommendation to the City Council, and so we're taking this to Council on April 18th. After that, we do send a follow-up report to the state after the City Council reviews the report. With that, what we send to the state is we really dive into housing, and that's something that hasn't been finished yet, but we have an Excel spreadsheet that the state requires us to fill out, and it goes through level of affordability for every single permit that was either applied for, issued, or completed last year. So it's a very detailed report. All right, so the general plan status report is broken into 2 sections. The first section is more or less a thumbnail analysis of where we're at with the general plan elements and all of the different policies that it contains. And then the second part is a more detailed report on the status of the housing element. And then also our report does briefly mention the status on where we're at with implementation of the Uptown Town Center specific plan. And that's just something that was directed by the City Council several years ago. So we do kind of pull out how many units we're building in the downtown or the west side of the city. All right, so as part of the process of reporting on the general plan, all the city departments are involved. They update their the action items that or policies that pertain to kind of their department, as well as any individual programs that affect them. And then, as I said before, Planning Commission, is asked to review the report and make a recommendation to City Council before that final version is sent on to the state. So their due date is April 1st, but we have often gone beyond that date, but it has not been an issue. We're in good standing with the state. All right, so in the general plan, there are 240 policy action items, not including the housing element. So right now we have 128 actions that are ongoing. So these examples of these would be activities that were initiated, a long time ago and they're continuing, or just generally ongoing activities that occur during the course of everyday business with the community. 83 actions are complete. These might be specific tasks that would have been completed. 21 are in process, and then 8 have yet to be scheduled. These might be things that are just not on the front burner, or there might be a budgetary reason. I will say that last year when I did this report, there were 12 actions that were not yet scheduled, so we've made some progress there. All right, so here are some fairly recent major general plan activities. So we have the circulation element, that was, and the noise element, those were both in 2019 and those were completed. And then in 2020, the city worked on updating the 6th cycle housing element. And just for everyone to kind of remind you, that has an 8-year planning period from 2021 through 2028. And so that housing element was adopted in December of 2020. Out of the housing element, I've seen tonight that fractional density was a program that was one of the more notable programs that came out of that housing element. So tonight's item that we just heard was a great example of how that is that program's being implemented. Also, we are in process with updating our zoning codes. So there were a lot of things that the housing element identified as ways to provide more housing and to reduce barriers or reduce constraints. And so we're expecting to complete the zoning code update in the fall of this year, and we are expecting to resume workshopping sections of the zoning code with HCOC and with the Planning Commission. All right, so here is a snapshot of housing production for 2022. So we had 52 units that received their certificate of occupancy. The majority of those were single-family residences, and a lot of them were from the River Oaks subdivision, which is off of Clubhouse Drive near River Oaks Golf Course. 22 of the 52 units that were completed, those were in the specific plan area, so you can see that we did call that out. There were 304 units under construction. 200 of those were from the the Arrive project, so Red Tail's first project on Creston Road next to Food for Less. Now, because the permit was issued for all 200 units, obviously not all 200 are under construction at this moment, but we do report on the year that those units were issued. So there's 200 units out of the 304 belonging to that project. 88 units were entitled last year. This includes the 69 unit affordable housing project, which is called Sunrise Villas. That's the project that's located in the Olson South Chandler Ranch Planning Area 1, which is off of Fontana Road. And that also has, because it's affordable, we are able to count that towards our low and very low income categories, which the state will be very happy about. All right, so moving on, this table shows the latest cycle regional housing needs allocation, which is also known as the RHNA numbers, and this shows our progress so far. So let's see, so we're in year 4. So under the new cycle, we have a planning period from January 1st of 2019 to December 31st of 2028 to count all of the units and where they're at in the process towards meeting our 1,446 number. So keep in mind that we report on housing and try to hit the state requirements, but the city is not obligated to ensure that the number of dwelling units are built within the time frame, since that's something that the private development community does. The city is only obligated to ensure that there is sufficient land appropriately zoned and served, and we do have that as was identified in our housing element. So we have, 1,073 units left, but I mentioned that we have, 304 units under construction. We have another 135 unit project tonight that just got recommended to council. So you can see that we're making progress on trying to meet our RHNA numbers for this cycle. All right, so to help move along the development of housing and meet the RHNA numbers, the City Council established the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee back in 2015, and they're also known as the HCOC. The HCOC has been meeting regularly over the years. They've made substantial progress to reduce barriers to housing development, and some of the more notable programs were reducing development impact fees, reducing water and sewer connection fees, and then reducing traffic impact fees for infill residential. The HCOC's efforts did resume in 2022 to move forward with implementation of those programs that were identified in the housing element. So they had 2 meetings last year. The topics that were discussed initially included review of the boundaries of the Uptown Town Center specific plan for a potential to expand the T-zones, but they also reviewed the city's progress on the zoning code update. And so for that, they will continue to receive those updates, and we'll continue workshopping as well. What the HCOC, what they're reviewing, also reviewing that with the Planning Commission, really focusing on topics that affect housing policies and procedures so that we can increase our housing production and meet those RHNA numbers. Here is just a quick note on the specific plan progress. So as many of you know, the Beechwood specific plan and the Olson South Chandler Ranch specific plans were approved back in 2020. So the Beechwood plan consists of 952 housing units, and then the Olson specific plan is 1,293 new residences. Grading for Olson began in 2022, and the developers are currently working towards finalizing their improvement plans and subdivision maps, which will in turn allow the developers to begin construction of housing. And the Beechwood specific plan is still working on their tentative subdivision maps, and they have grading and improvement plans for phase 1 currently in review. All right, so this is really just a summary of progress. So out of the 240 general plan policy action items, not including the housing element, 97% are completed, ongoing, or in the process of being completed. The city has the 6th cycle RHNA assignment of that 1,446 residential units. So 373 units were constructed out of that, or otherwise we're 26% complete with that RHNA assignment. As of December 31st of last year, there were 52 completed residential units, 304 residences under construction, or as we know, at least permits were issued, and then also 217 residential permits either ready to pick up or are currently in plan check. So overall, housing development saw an increase in the number of residential units, and a lot of that really with the multifamily sector. And from 2021 to 2022, we saw a 322% increase in housing development. So let's see, multifamily residential units. I guess the two notable projects were you had the affordable housing projects that were in plan check. Let's see. So we had the 200 unit, so it's not affordable, it's market rate, but the 200 unit project, which is the Arrive project next to Food for Less, so that's under construction. And then, let's see, for the entitlements, we had 83 multifamily residential units. Sunrise Villas, that's the affordable one. So Sunrise Villas, we had 69 units contributing to those entitlements. So there's a lot in the process from when they apply for their permit to when it gets, completed and finalized, and it's busy. And I think with what we saw tonight with the Action Planning Commission took, that we're just going to continue to see that trend with multifamily housing. So this will all be packaged up once we go to City Council, and we'll send it to the state. But that concludes my presentation. If you guys have any comments you want to forward to Council, I think this would be a great time to hear them, and then I can include it in my presentation and my report to Council.
Any comments or questions from the Commissioner Kugler?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Questions, not specific recommendations, I guess. One of the charts you showed, Darcy, is on page 1049, and I'm just kind of comments here. 14% of the units in 2022 were single family, 11% were accessory, and 75% were multifamily. And I know that year's a bit of an aberration. It would be interesting, and maybe you do this, if community-wide you track those kinds of housing, and as we grow, what's happening to that percentage mix? Because most communities, I think this is one, talks about a balance of housing. And we're seeing a lot more ADUs, which maybe in some contexts are single family, but we're also seeing a lot more multifamily. And overall, I'm curious with South Chandler and Olson, those things coming in, what happens to the balance of housing in this community over time? Just an observation, not something that needs to be answered tonight, because I do think this year is an aberration, but we're on a track of approving a lot of multifamily.
Honestly, every year it changes. So in some years I'll see that single family is, on the rise, and over multifamily, it represents the majority. And then in some years we're seeing ADUs, spike, and there really isn't a trend. So I think the fact that the housing is being provided for different types of housing is being provided is the goal. But I don't know that we can track that because it changes so, each year.
And hence my comment of stepping back and saying, okay, what's our fabric of our community today? What's single family, what's multifamily, what's ADU, and how does that change over time? Just as a tracking mechanism. There's no immediate answer to that, but just curiosity.
Well, part of it too is there isn't anywhere to build single family homes. There hasn't been over the past few years. And as these specific plans start going up, you're going to see those single family numbers going up if the market continues to get to the point where we're issuing permits. But all the indications, and there are a lot of single family for Olson South Chandler kind of waiting and going through plan check just to be ready once those street improvements and infrastructure get in and get to a point. So hopefully, we'll see these numbers change, and the different areas will change again, as you mentioned.
Yep. And I don't want any detail on this given the hour, but can you just briefly describe the SLOCOG's process for assigning RENA units numbers?
Oh, it's been a minute since I've thought about how they go through that process.
Or maybe in a subsequent time you can provide that. I don't have to have that time. I'm just curious how that unfolds. And we may have talked about that before in HCOC, but I may have missed it. So let's just put that as a question of interest for tonight. You don't have to answer it right now.
It would be a great item to dive into, I think, though, to brief the Planning Commission and to get everyone up to speed on what, why we have 1,446 units and why they were assigned to us.
Okay. And then
there's a lot of factors, but just to point on that is the city of Paso's met its RENA numbers, which is pretty uncommon in other cities and things. So we have some that catch up here, but factors are showing that we should meet it.
Okay. Two more quick things. You talk on page 1078 about a new term to me, conserved units, which are really conversion units from affordable to market rate, it references two projects, and I was just a little confused as to why those are potentially at risk, because one, it talks about residents must qualify, so there's a standard that has to be met. The other one says it's deed restricted for the next 50 years. So we're talking about a risk after 50 years? Is that?
Yeah, so I'm just taking a brief look at the section. So as you mentioned, there are subsidized housing units at risk of conversion to market rate. So we have policies that we've carried forward in our housing element about conserving units, and so that, you know, we haven't had anything recently, but this is showing that we have had, you know, projects in the past that were at risk, and then they got deed restricted. I was not involved in that process, but just knowing that we have the policies in place, if it comes up again, I think that, you know, if there's units at risk of converting to market rate, I think the city can, you know, take a look at that and help to some degree. And that just falls back on what our housing, you know, policies in our housing element.
Okay. I would just suggest you may want to review that, because it makes it sound like this is a current situation, that these are at risk, not a historic connotation of what happened. And it seems like both of those have legal provisions that maybe don't mean they're going to convert very quickly. Okay. Last comment, I promise. Someday are we going to update the land use element as part of the general plan too? What is it, 18, 20 years old?
With the specific plans that we have and all of the housing units that are going to really, you know, specific plans can take 20 plus years to build out, just given on market. I don't, you know, I know Warren's discussed that there really isn't the need to go out looking to annex and looking to, which is what a land use element really would do, is look at places for the city to grow. Where do we need to go? And I think with our specific plans and all of these happening, I just don't see the need, and I don't see that Warren has it on a high priority of needing to update the land use element. So it really isn't on the list. I think we're just trying to get that housing going, to get the specific plans going, get these traffic improvement projects going. But I don't think updating the land use element is something that's a need.
I'm sorry. Any further questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I just had a comment in regards to some of Commissioner Kogler's comments in regards to the type of housing. And I can appreciate that we have the new specific plans, which are there to add more housing. A little concerned the fact that one of the projects we recently had through was converted from something that would have been more single family driven. And I know the city doesn't have a lot of control over some of that because they went to ADUs, and now the whole project's going to be privately owned as a multifamily, basically. I mean, that's really what it's going to be. So moving forward, my comment would be that I really hope that we try to emphasize in any way possible to encourage that single family ownership and or type of housing, not just, and I know multifamily just is there right now, but I think that that's very important for our community grow in the right way. So just want to make sure I said that.
And I will make a clarification in with the affordability breakdown that we have by income level. So ADUs, we can count half of, and there's really no threshold, it's just half. Half can be counted as moderate and half can be counted as low. So we did analyze that with our housing element, and the state accepted it because typically it's very hard to meet our low and very low income categories based on the RENA assignment. So ADUs will be a big contributing factor to our low as well as moderate. And then luckily, we have, a great standing with the Paso Robles Housing Authority, and they have two projects, with Sunrise Villas and Riverwalk Terrace, which count as the very low and extremely low categories. So,
and I'm more or less, I'm really more or less saying basically that I feel we need a lot more ownership type housing, not just more housing. We need more ownership type housing, things that people can afford. A motor court type home is much more affordable than, something that you can find out these days, for example, off of Buena Vista in the River Oaks, for example. So that's kind of what but I do appreciate that because I understand how they're going to count those ADUs. But again, those are more towards the rental aspect. So just.
Any further comment or a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion. I recommend approval of the 2022 General Plan Annual Report to the City Council.
Second.
Any questions or comments? I do have one. I think Commissioner Kogler suggested a rewording of the conversion to make sure it's clear that it is not or may not be at risk. So I think if that's an acceptable addition.
It is.
And does the second accept? Well, and with that, I will call the question.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Marlowe.
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Chairperson Neal.
Aye. Thank you for doing that
7-0.
so quickly. And my next item is discussion item, seeing none.
So just real quick, item number 4.
Ex parte communications. Thank you very much.
And why don't we continue that to a future meeting? I know Warren was going to do a little discussion on that just based on this past project. I know the developer reached out to the commission. I think Warren just had some discussion on the ability to do that and what to do's and to don'ts. So, but I think he would rather do that when he has ability to discuss that with you. So if we can have a motion to continue that to a future meeting, that would be great.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
For any further questions? Do we call a roll or just?
Voice vote's fine.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, discussion items. Seeing none. Consent calendar, planning commission meeting minutes. Do we want to take all of these at once or do we want to do them individually?
So
I'll move
generally on the consent calendar these are all items that are generally front of the mill. They've been discussed before. So they can be approved with one motion of approving the consent calendar. Obviously, we do have a couple of the street naming things. So it's up to the commission if they want to approve them all in one motion. What we would do is if there is discussion, we can discuss them. But in the end, we would approve them all as one consent calendar.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Yes, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Can I get the second on that? Was it Marlowe?
Yep.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Commissioner Marlowe.
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Covarrubias.
Aye.
Chairperson Neal.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
And other reports. Paso Robles Streetscape Ad Hoc Committee. I understand they met yesterday.
We did. The long and the short of it is, and I'll make it the short of it for tonight, is that we concluded that we really had last been very active with the charrette that we undertook in September. And due to a lot of reasons, we plodded along slowly since then. So we're going to try to reconvene our next meeting to do a quick download of what we did in September to re-energize us and refocus us, and then we'll be back on path. And that path ultimately will include coming back to this body and the council and the community with first set of ideas.
Yeah, that was really a great effort in September. And Sorry to lose some of the momentum on that.
We'll get it back.
And happy to get that back. Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee. Well, we haven't met in a while, so.
Marcy was just asking me if we have a date. I think we had tentatively planned, we have a date on our planning kind of internal to meet in April, but it has not been finalized. And the goal is we have another section of the zoning code, Article 2, to workshop with the HCOC and then also the Planning Commission. And so that would be the for the zoning code update, comprehensive update to the zoning code.
Thank you. Can hardly wait for the zoning code update. Development Review Committee rotation schedule. We're just about done with March, and everybody that's on the March meeting has been high-fiving since we haven't met much. But April meeting, anybody have any conflict for April? Seeing none. Planning Commissioner comments? Commissioner Marlowe?
No comments.
Commissioner Conley?
Just remind me, because when May comes around, I want to know what day it usually is of the month.
It's every Monday.
Oh, it's every Monday.
Every Monday at 3:30. We do it remotely. So log into Teams.
Thank you.
Commissioner Christensen?
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody tonight. I know it was a little bit of a long night, but I appreciate everybody patiently getting through it. So thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Oh,
Commissioner Kogler?
Not much, just a friendly comment, I guess, to the two new members is that I would, probably the situation won't present itself, but I would suggest you not undertake any ex parte conversations until at least you've had the conversation with Warren and gone to the academy that you're about to go to, because we get a lot of information on that topic.
I did have a conversation with Warren before I did meet with them.
Okay. Commissioner Covarrubias?
No comment.
No comments from me. Staff comments?
Nothing to add.
Okay, who's going to jump in to adjourn this one? All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay.